What's up, guys? As you guys can see here, we are joined by Mega, Pamstu, and Nplan, and we're going to be playing Ultimate POI today. We're going to have two POIs go straight up against each other, and these pro players are going to give you guys the inside scoop on why they think one POI is better than the other. Now, first, our matchup is going to be Command Cavern versus the Grotto.
I will go with the Command Cavern.
I think this Command Cavern.
Command Cavern.
It's way better with the loot and the space that there is there.
You can fight like 3 teams there and you'll still be stacked.
Command Cavern now definitely has way more loot.
There we go. Command Cavern taking a clean sweep against the Grotto 3-0. We have a new matchup for you guys. Slurpy Swamp versus Lazy Lake. What are we feeling here?
Definitely Slurpy Swamp.
I gotta say Lazy Lake.
I'll go with Lazy Lake as well.
You just get all extra shield. Like you just pop all the barrels, you keep whatever shields extra.
It was center map, more chests. Slurpy didn't really have that much loot, I felt like.
I think it's way better with the positioning.
I might switch over to Lazy, you know?
A 3-0 sweep for Lazy Lake. We do have another matchup here. Tilted Towers versus the Agency.
I'd go with the Agency.
I'll go with Agency as well.
The Agency wins.
With the Mythic Drum Gun, I think it'd give it all.
The drum gun was a crazy. Yeah, Midas drum gun.
And there was a lot of rivers that led to it, so a lot of people would use that to rotate.
And there you guys heard of the Agency going to be winning this matchup. We do have one more matchup here in these qualifiers. It's going to be Sweaty Sands versus none other than Chonkers Speedway.
Chonkers.
I'm definitely going with Chunker Speedway.
So I think I'll go with Chonkers.
Chonkers has like guaranteed 24 chug splashes pretty much every game.
Just because of the whiplashes.
The car as well. I feel like Sweaty didn't have those type of things.
There we have it. I think we already have a decision made. Chonkers Speedway. But now we can move on to the semifinals. All right, guys, for semifinal number 1, we're going to have Command Cavern versus the Agency.
I think the Agency.
I think I would go with Command Cavern.
I would go Command Cavern as well.
Just because of how much easier it is to fight out. The Command Cavern is just too spread out.
I think the loot there just give it all.
Even though it doesn't have a Mythic Gun in competitive, it has loot for like 5 teams at least.
I hate to say it, but I might switch over my vote too.
There you guys have it. Command Cavern wins over the Agency. Now, let's go through our second match of the semifinals. We have Lazy Lake versus Chonkers Speedway.
I definitely think Chonkers takes this one personally.
I think Chonkers would take it all.
I'm going with Chonkers as well.
I just think Chonkers having that many chug splashes and the god cars as well just has to put it over Lazy.
The Chug Splashes win it because it's just so good in the final lobby.
I think just because of the cars, the god cars put on the tires, the chug splashes.
Chonkers Speedway 3-0 over Lazy Lake. Is that right, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yep.
We are on to the finals. We have Command Cavern versus Chonkers.
I think Command Cavern.
I think Command Cavern will win.
I definitely gotta go with Command Cavern.
Just because of the amount of loot and the surge. Yeah, it just definitely dominates. It's just too much.
There was even Chug Splashes there you can get.
It definitely does have like the best of every POI.
And there you guys have it. Our pros have chosen Command Cavern as the ultimate POI.
So in my legendary loadout in slot 1, I'd probably have the legendary assault rifle. It was just such a good and balanced gun for surge. Took skill to get surge tags and you could get beams with it, and it was just an overall solid gun.
I would have the Mythic Drum Gun. The Mythic Drum Gun was powerful from close range and far. One of the most dominant weapons ever in Fortnite. And I think it's a great way to start out my loadout.
Striker burst assault rifle. I think it's one of the best assault rifles that's been in the game so far, and it makes for an easy weapon to get quick eliminations from far distance. Super fun to use. I love the scope, and I think it's great for the game.
In slot 2, I would have the legendary pump shotgun because of its ability to one pump enemies and dominate endgames.
The feeling of getting a 200 pump elim is just so satisfying.
Probably the best shotgun that's been in the game. Super versatile. Brings back memories from old Fortnite. Third slot, I would have shockwave grenades as my mobility. I think shockwave grenades are super fun. There's a lot of cool things you can do with them.
It just makes the game so hectic and fun.
It provides great mobility and allows you to make plays for both high ground and low ground. In slot 4, I would hold Chug Splashes because they provide great healing and allow you to continue rotating without stopping.
They can help heal your teammates really fast. You can carry a lot of them. I think they're good for team modes especially.
Small shield potions, it's just the standard shield and you kind of just need it for every game you play.
Slot 5, I would have a small shield potion because they're the classic.
They've been in the game forever. You know, it's a quick way to get 25 shield back. They're a staple of the game, and I think you gotta have them in your loadout.
Chili chug splashes because they just act as normal chug splashes and you also get the pepper effect, so it's really good for rotating and having good mobility.
Hey there, Fortnite fam. Jacob PR here, and I'm in the lobby with none other than 33 Fatch. How are you doing today?
Doing good. How about you?
I'm doing fantastic. Glad to have you and get a chance to really pick your brain. So tell us, how did you first hear about Fortnite?
I was at school with my friends and I heard them talking about it. And at first I didn't want to play it. And then on the PS4 I was playing at the time and they were just spamming me with invites. So one day I just decided to install it and play with them, and I've been playing ever since.
So when did you first realize, like, hey, I'm actually good at this, I can make a career out of this?
At 2018 Christmas, my parents bought me a PC, which I'm really lucky about, and I qualified for Worlds at that point. And then I knew I was good at the game, you know?
What actually was going through your mind when you qualified at that time?
I had to win my last game to qual, and I won with 5 kills, and I didn't know I actually did it, but I knew I had done something right, because like it was the first time I had a big performance, and I was pretty happy about it, and I was just like running around their house like screaming, and then I realized I qualified, and it was like an even bigger moment. That's pretty crazy.
Is there anything you want to improve on, either in-game or out of game?
In the game, like every aspect is important. The attention to detail is something I want to work on, and just in life in general, get like a healthier schedule, eat better, and learn to do all that stuff.
How did you and your duo first meet, and then how did you guys figure out that you guys were the team together?
I was like just browsing into streams like back in 2020, just after Winter Royale took place, and I found Pam's stream, and I knew he was like available, so we tried together and we stuck together ever since. French guys that are good at the game in the NAE scene is pretty rare, so getting a new one like that was pretty good for us.
Tell me about the game plan to take you and your duo to the top.
I think the game plan for us to get to the top is just gonna to stay our head in the game, keep our focus up, and work on our details, and I think that's gonna do it, and that's gonna get us to the top one day.
I know you got a lot of fans out there. Where can they find you?
They can find me on my Twitter, FatchFN, or my Twitch, FNFatch.
Thank you so much. This has been In the Lobby with 33 Fatch.
My role as a player is the in-game leader. I decide how my team plays and the plays that we make.
You'll, for the most part, tarp too, like endgame. So you're kind of just doing all like the thinking while your teammate gets to this, like trying to eliminate anything, get you refreshes and stuff, so you don't run out of mats.
I think a player that is trying to become a good IGL for their team definitely needs to become assertive, needs to be able to make decisions quickly and not, second guess themselves. Even if it's the wrong decision, it can still be a better decision than just making nothing and having your team split up. If you make a call and your whole team goes to one spot, then you have a better chance of surviving than saying nothing and having all three of your team or all of your other 2 team members splitting up in different directions and being eliminated by some others.
I feel like for the most part, IGLs are like a bit older because they just have like more experience and they're not as mechanical and as like faster reaction time as like the younger people. So most of the time for duos, for example, it'll be like an older IGL and then you'll just find some like crazy mechanical kid.
The IGL usually carries the mobility during the season. So when launch pads were in the game, the IGL will more than likely have the most launch pads at least. Or shockwaves, they'll have the majority of those because they're the ones making the call to rotate whichever direction. And, you don't want to, have to drop mobility last second before rotate and have it scuff your rotate.
An IGL's loadout should allow you to support your fragger as well as lead your team to victory. So loadouts that are more supportive are definitely beneficial for an IGL.
For the weapons, I feel like the IGL should be carrying like a striker burst, striker pump, and shields.
Someone that's looking to become an IGL needs to be disciplined, controlled, and confident. All of those 3 things will lead you to become a successful IGL.
I think the best IGLs are people that study the game as much as they can, and every situation that they come across, they already know what to do in it. It's something that they've learned before.
I feel like what separates like really good IGLs from average IGLs is being able to like accept your mistakes and try and learn of them instead of getting mad and just like blaming it on like the game.
The best IGLs are consistent IGLs. Being consistent over the span of an entire tournament is what brings from someone from good to great to the best.
This is it, everyone. The last day of semifinals and the last chance for our 50 teams to make it to the finals in August. The only issue is that only 12 teams remain. Who will it be? Well, let's find out. This is the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 3 semifinals.
It's the last chance for the best duos in NA East to qualify for the finals. It came down to a heel-off in Game 6, but D-Gen just lost out. He and Pledge had a mixed performance yesterday, second in half the games, getting eliminated early in the other half. It all came down to those off-spawn fights. Landing uncontested in the center of the map, Knifey and D-Roller were expected to get the W yesterday. Storm Surge proved to be a challenge though. With no duos nearby, they couldn't get the tags they needed to stay safe. Will they mix up their drop spot today or stick with what they know? In a repeat performance of semifinal 1, Smite and Larson picked up momentum over the course of the night, but it wasn't enough to see them qualify through consistency. Can they pick up the pace today? Semifinals Day 3 starts now.
Welcome back, everyone. I am your host, Hello Kelly Link, and over the next few hours, we're going to have 6 intense games with 50 of the best NA East teams that we have ever seen. And you know what? I want to jump right into the action, so let me bring on my 2 analysts. We got Vivid and Jacob PR.
Hey, how's it going?
Welcome back, guys. This is it, the last day of semifinals, 12 new teams coming in, and I'm so excited to see how this is going to play out.
I know, as excited as I am as well. Some of these teams, it being the last chance, that excitement could be nervousness, it could be anxiousness, it could be a number of things, but they have to go ahead and dig deep and come out with on top.
Yes, aren't you guys glad to be here? I have to do it. I am sorry, but some of these players, it is the last chance for a bunch of them. So I'm sure, as Jacob mentioned, the nerves are there. We'll have to see how they play into the gameplay.
This is definitely the last chance, but maybe this is the first time you're watching the FNCS and you want to know how this all goes down. Well, come with me over to this side of the stage, everyone, because I'm going to be breaking down the schedule with you all. We've already seen the qualifiers. That's where 5 teams from each qualifier have made their way into the finals, and you can see it down there, August 13th and 14th. Put that in your calendar because you're not going to want to miss it. But right now, we're focusing on this, the semifinals. That is 3 days of action, and this is it, the third one. Only 12 teams will go through. But Vivid, we got to break down the format to understand it even better.
Yes, we do, Kelly. Thank you so much. Listen, the premise of this FNCS so far has been qualifying for the finals. We've been through 3 qualifiers and 2 days of semifinals so far. That leaves us with only 12 spots left to fill out that finals lobby, which will take place over 2 days. Now, check it out today, semifinals day 3. We will play 6 matches, and every single game will have a victory royale winner that will go directly through to the finals. But if teams are, they're not feeling the victory royale today, they want to play more consistently, there is an opportunity for them as well, as they can get top 6 at the end of the day and also go through to that 2-day competition. But Jacob, in order to get that consistency factor down, what do they need to do?
They had to do one of 2 things. The first one is going to be through placements, 35th through 31st. You see the 4 points, not much, but it's something. You get an additional point at 30 through 26, but the points really start ramping up at 25th and on. That's where those cascading points begin to pile up. But that victory royale, 1,000 points, just to make sure we get you that ticket directly into the finals. But the second way is through eliminations. You get 2 points per elimination. With those Storm Surge changes, we've really seen that ramp up.
Eliminations are playing a big factor here today. We'll have to see how these players play into it. But in the finals, why do they want to be there so bad, Kelly?
Well, you were just talking about big factors, and we know for the teams, the big factor is the money, everyone. $690,000 is up for grabs for our NA East teams, but we want to look at that top spot. First place, $160,000. That's $80,000 per player, but every single team that makes it into the finals is going to walk away with some cash. And in just a moment, I'm going to be asking my analysts some questions about the pros, but we wanted to mix things up a little bit and have you guys ask the questions. So here it is, Ask a Pro.
So the first question is, how do you keep focus with all the pressure?
Through my experience, I feel like you get you have a lot of pressure on you in big tournaments, but the more you play, the more experience you have in these big tournaments, the less pressure you feel.
Just being confident and having a good mentality about like where you're at is the biggest part of dealing with pressure.
Over time, when you get more experience, you tend to like lose that pressure, or at least in smaller tournaments. In bigger tournaments, I still am really pressured. You just gotta like prepare yourself.
You just gotta remain calm, like think to yourself, like being nervous isn't gonna help. Just play the best you can. If you do bad, then whatever. But honestly, just play the best you can and see where it goes from there.
What is the best layer to be on in game? High ground, low ground, or mid ground?
Just go for height. Like height, like there's players that just win tournaments off height.
I would say high ground's the best because high ground wins games, and that's always been the thing forever. So
I think it's definitely either high ground or low ground. Personally, I like low ground better, but it's all player to player, you know?
High ground and low ground do have the best opportunity to win, but you can make mid ground work and use that to maintain or take high ground or low ground.
What was the experience of qualifying for your first FNCS Grand Finals like? Who was the first person in your IRL life that you told? I was super excited when I qualified the first time, and I'll never forget it for sure.
Qualifying to my first FNCS Grand Finals was exhilarating to say the least. But all it did for me, because I did not succeed to the level I was hoping, was just lit a fire under me and gave me that drive to keep on getting better.
Qualifying for my first Grands was all the way back in Season X, and it was a crazy feeling. I remember I didn't even like realize what the top prizes were. I was just excited that I got that minimum last place prize of like $2,000. I was like, dude, there's no way. Like, I was so happy. It was a crazy feeling.
First person that I told in my real life were my parents right after it happens, you know, because you know, they hear you get excited, and then you got to tell them that, you know, you qualified for a huge tournament with a lot of money on the line, and you could win big. So that's what I told.
The first person I told in my real life was definitely my family. My family has supported me all across my journey to becoming a competitive Fortnite player, and I cannot thank them enough. I would not be able to be here without them, so I'm definitely the most excited to tell them when I do well.
I just told my mom, like, she knew I was playing a big tournament, and after it I went out of the room and just told her, and she was like super happy for me. What are you most excited about this year for Fortnite Competitive? For me personally, as long as I get invited, is the Invitational and Rally. I feel like it's been so long since we've had an official Epic LAN. I think it was World Cup. So I know everyone's super excited.
100% the FNCS Invitational LAN. That is the most important and exciting thing, I would say, this year that's been announced.
What I'm most excited for is the Fortnite Invitational, that if you place in this FNCS upcoming, then I'm pretty sure you get an invite. So I'm really excited for that one. I need to place in this FNCS to get an invite, so yeah.
I'm most excited about LANs coming back. I unfortunately wasn't able to go to Dream at Sweden, but I'm hoping to go to whatever LAN comes next.
I think I'm excited for in-person tournaments, or better known as LAN tournaments, because it provides an energy that is unmatched to online competition.
Thank you to our pros and to our fans for asking those questions. And I want to expand on one of those questions. What is the best layer? And as we saw from our pros and from yesterday's competition, high ground definitely wins games. But Jacob, what's some of the advantages to the low ground?
Some of the biggest advantages to the low ground, honestly, you're going to be able to recycle a lot of those resources that the other players have already put down there. You're also going to be able to get ahead of zone on the low ground and be able to look back at a lot of these other teams and put the pressure and make sure that they don't make it far into the tournament.
That's what it's all about down there, finding those refreshes, because that's where a large majority of these players find themselves in shambles positions. So look for players finding a lot of eliminations on the low ground.
There's definitely going to be a lot of teams on the low ground, but one team I know that's probably going to be on the high ground on this list of 25 teams we have right here, Degen and Pledge. Vivid, they got 2 second-place finishes yesterday. So close.
And not to mention, they also had a third-place finish as well. And you're like, wow, a second place, a third place, that's half the games, right? The other half of the games, they went down early. So every single time they made it into the end game, they made it into a top 3 situation, which is absolutely phenomenal. But big change here, Jacob, for this duo today. They were contested over at Rocky Reels yesterday. Today, though, uncontested.
And we've already seen that do wonders with a lot of our teams, that uncontested drop spot, especially especially with these early storm surge changes, you're seeing a lot of activity go down in the early game. And with that uncontested drop, it being in the center of the map, they're going to have a lot of time to kind of build up to the high ground and find the tags that they're going to need early.
Yes, exactly. And I love this duo so much because the first game that we saw them do so well in that third place, they were on the high ground, but unfortunately they didn't have enough resources to keep it going, to stay up there. So it ended up getting taken and they ended up going down. But then later on when they got that second place, they were in the mid ground and then went for a high ground retake. So it was almost like, listen, if we can't beat them, let's join them. So I love the fact that they are willing to adapt on the fly. And not to mention, Jacob, in game 6 yesterday, they got a second place. So momentum coming into today.
Yeah, and that game number 2, if he was just able to get that med miss off, it was Blake
So
and
close.
Vert pushing him to not make it possible.
Another team that is going to be doing some adapting themselves is going to be Pamsto and Fatch, everyone. And what a great team here.
No, fantastic team. Love these guys in and out of the game. And they've already made some adaptations from qualifier number 1 all the way to here. If they would have got a little bit more aggressive early on in the qualifiers, they probably wouldn't be here. They'd probably be watching the action, waiting for the finals to start. But that has been their thing. They've turned it on. They've got a little bit more aggressive. They're finding even more eliminations. But with one blessing comes a curse. They're also putting themselves in those bad spots to get eliminated themselves.
Yeah, and unfortunately for MDF, you know, he was speaking, oh, I want these guys in land at a named POI, but today they are still going to be going up to that north side of the map. Split drop of the unremarkable house. And honestly, Jacob, you mentioned it. They were unremarkable yesterday in terms of finding eliminations in the end game. I just want to see them play a little bit more positionally and get towards that higher ground, maybe a little bit more towards that mid ground, because I feel like that's where they excel.
Yeah, just got to make past the contested non-named POI drop, but they named it themselves. They call it the French split. For them, it's named and it's something worth fighting for.
Well, that's just 25 of the teams. Of course, there are 50 teams total, everyone. So let's take a look at another page here. And a new team coming in, Tahi and Bank.
Yeah, and listen, the storyline here is that they are going to be seen for the first time throughout the semifinals in Session 3. Unfortunately, they had a bad run through in qualifiers 2 and 3, so they didn't get enough series points to get into some of these early games. But nonetheless, in that qualifier 1, where they had an amazing run, they got 8th place, only 3 placements away from getting directly into our finals. And they are going to be laying it over at Loot Lake, which is synonymous for getting some of these victory rounds. We just saw Dom and Tragics get one from this spot yesterday.
Yeah, and honestly, I like the way you kind of mentioned they kind of place very, very high in leaderboards in the set lobbies, not doing so well in the non-set lobbies. That's kind of a little bit of trend between some of the teams here because those set lobbies are just a whole different beast. It plays a whole different way, but I like these guys' chances, especially because of that drop. They're going to land towards the center of the lake. They're going to have so many different splashes of different variations, many heals, but the movement as well. So they can get the tags and keep on going.
Yeah, and everybody at home might be like, listen, I don't remember seeing Tahi and Bank in qualifier 1. Like, how did they do so well? Guys, it's because they were Lizard on bench and Cat on bench. You guys remember those? I remember them. They were popping off consistently. They were winning off spawn against Skittles and users. So if it's any telltale sign whether they deserve to be in the finals, then I think we're going to see a good performance out of them today.
I also think we saw Frog on bench, Cat on bench, a lot of animals on benches. It was an animal house over there, everyone. Well, let's take a look at our 4th and final team right here. And we're going to be looking at
Glace and Elite.
Glace and Elite. Thank you.
To me, honestly, I couldn't forget their name because I was surprised they were still here. I'm still surprised to this day that they're still here. They only got 73 points in the first day of semifinals because they didn't play all the games. They progressively got better yesterday, and honestly, it was the rookie mistake that led to their downfall overall, not covering their backside when they knew a team was there, and that team was Kaz and Hoofishy. They lit them up and immediately got that elimination to qualify for the finals.
But I love the fact that you mentioned it, right? They made a mistake, and that's kind of the benefit of playing multiple sessions is the fact that they can take that mistake, bring it in today, and like, listen, we're not going to do that again. We're going to play even better. But Jacob, they are going to be landing over at the Loot Lake, and we just saw it. Tahi and Bank are also coming over, joining the party at this like rave-esque Loot Lake that we have going on right now. Like, how do you think that one's going to play out?
Honestly, when I first glanced at this, I'd be a little scared of it, but I do like the way both of these teams play because they just go ahead and grab all of those resources that I'm talking about, and they continue to trade those shots because of the launch pads that are all around. They can easily get out. I don't think either one of these guys are really going to throw it all into one thing off spawn.
Yeah, I love this. You guys breaking down the duos perfectly, but I want to go into the games that we saw yesterday. So let's move on over to this side of the stage. And, you know, Vivid, we already talked about it a little bit, how important knowing your layers are, and obviously high ground wins games. So break down for me how some of these teams utilized that well yesterday.
It has been hard with this new Storm Surge because so many teams are using their resources early on to make rotations that they normally wouldn't have to because they have to get in positions that are good for tags. But a team that worked around that was Qua and TabG yesterday. They did a phenomenal job of taking full advantage of a team that was kind of in a shambles position. As you can see here, Qua and Tabs, they're chilling, right? They're kind of in the zone. They're like, listen, we don't really have to move. But they're like, no, we noticed that D-Roller and Knife here over here having troubles with Storm Surge, so we're going to push them, find an elimination, and gather up all their loot. But not only that, Jacob, they are also going to take over the base that D-Roller and Knifey so kindly built for them, and it just so happens that it is also the high ground base. Now, this was only 4 zones, so we still have one more zone to go before you can really declare yourself as the high ground team. But as soon as 5th zone pops, Qua and TabG, they build up, they extend their base, and then they go back down to that loot. They gather up material. So look at this. Coming in this first moving zone, each of them have 100+ builds each. And then also the grapple gloves, which they also use to actually gather up materials. So throughout this entire end game, they actually did not have to get any refreshes. As you can see here, only 2 eliminations, and they were able to ride this game out for that victory royale.
Yeah, I like it. Not forcing any plays, using every tool in their tool belt. That's what you got to call optimization at its finest. Even when they were threatened, they knocked down their own build just to make that player fall into their hands, and they cleaned them up. It was like taking candy from a baby on Halloween.
And then finally there, Glacier is like, listen, you guys have been on high ground way too long, but unfortunately he was only a solo at that point. Yeah. No match for the duo right there. But you're like, Vivid, so many of these teams just don't have the materials in that mid game to suffice to build up into the high ground and have it for the rest of the game. But one team that knows that is Aaron and Naves, right? So you know that the high ground team is not going to have that many materials. So what does Aaron do? He finds an elimination on the Fable Taco right here, instantly makes a move for that refresh, those materials that were just dropped by that player, and then not even 15 seconds later, look at him. So proud of him. He's on the high ground against Pledge, and this duo is able to ride this high ground play out for the victory royale.
Yeah, it's kind of like that scene you were talking about over there, the multiple second, 3rd place finishes for Degen and Pledge, and that goes another example, just falling short each and every time in those moments. But that's why we give them 3 chances.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a perfect breakdown, Vivid, and I can't wait to hear from you, Jacob, because you're going to give us the Blake breakdown?
Yeah, honestly, it's a perfect example of adapting game to game, especially in a format as volatile as the semifinals. You win, you go in, you can get top 6 through consistency, but the longer you play in the semifinals, the more anxious players may get. So you can see this is going to be a map of game number 1 of Blake and Vert. They land uncontested over towards Condo Canyon, and look at the zones. They pull all the way west. You would think no trouble for them too early on that first zone. They're going to be close by, and they make a quick rotation on over towards Chonker Speedway. Remember this rotation towards the left side of the zone because they make a very, very similar rotation in game number 2, but they're always staying ahead of teams. Unfortunately enough, this game they got second because they wasted too many mats going through that minefield of players towards the low ground. Game number 2, different story, or at least you would think so. They land over towards Condo Canyon, and where you would think they're pulling zone, they don't have to move. Guess what? They make that same rotation to the left side of the map over towards Chonker Speedway. They got a little bit of high ground on a mountain over there. They got surge, but the thing is, they're not getting surge to get 500 above. They're getting just enough surge to stay ahead of the pack. And as the zone continues to move east, so do the rest of the players in the lobby. So they're continuously staying ahead of the game. And what I mean by that is they're not 100, they're about 200 above the Storm Surge, and then they fall below. They get their surge and they keep things going. This is going to be game number 1 where they got stuck towards the low ground. It looks good for most of the game because they're able to save and maneuver and find all the refreshes necessary. But unfortunately, we talked about it, high ground has the best chances to win a lot of these games in the semifinals. And for Blake, it was just a little bit too much to overcome, even after all this work he was doing. But with a game like this, that's just a boost of confidence. They went ahead and made the adjustments. They found that same mountain. They're going ahead and putting pressure. They're putting that surge all over again, but they're learning. As soon as zone pulls, you see that. That's max pull. Blake, in the blink of an eye, takes that zip line, and I highlight that zip line because without that, he has to expend mats. He has to use his heals just to get to the other side of the map. And as soon as they know that they're in this position, they continue to hold the high ground, and they terrorize the rest of the lobby until the very end. They ran out of mats. They had to drop down low, but they have 12 splashes between the two, and he sent Vert to go ahead and finish off Pledge. And right there is key because Pledge had a med miss. If Pledge just could use that med miss, he would have won the game.
Closer than it seems right there, and we saw some passion out of him right there. We did have that player cam, so again, congratulations to Blake. But somebody else who was very passionate about Fortnite alongside us, it's Kelly.
I am so passionate, and you know what else I'm passionate about? all of these players changing their name to what it is supposed to be. So here, everyone, let's take a look at the importance of nicknames.
So my name is Kanata, and my name comes from a Canada Goose jacket. I don't know, it just came to me. I was just like, oh, Kanata or something.
So my current name right now is Mega. I started off with the name Mega Troll 457. I was just like a huge troll IRL. And then as I got into the Fortnite scene, I realized that like I was doing somewhat good and I can't have like a professional name named Mega Troll 457.
My current in-game name is 33NaniYT. Nani comes from way back in the day. I was a big fan of Myth, and for some reason I'd say Nani a lot. Thought the word sounded cool and just rolled with that, and it stuck.
My current in-game name is Elite NPen. NPen came from a combination of my first and last name.
My name's Voyle, and the only reason I chose it is because it's a 4-letter name and I thought it looked cool.
So my in-game name is Blake, and I chose it because whenever I was born 19 years ago, my parents named me Blake. That's it.
I mean, a name is definitely like the most important thing of a player. Like your name definitely has to be a little bit unique.
People undervalue how much advertising matters in terms of the leaderboard, and making your name something silly or not professional can definitely hurt your brand.
I feel like it's really important to have like a name that people will remember you as.
Choosing a name that separates yourself from everyone else is huge for branding.
I think what makes a great name is something that's obviously easy to say, looks cool, sounds cool.
I would say a great Fortnite name is not something like too long, I would say, but like a good like saying, like there's no numbers in it or something.
Having a great name on Fortnite would definitely be like a shorter name in my opinion. Something really clear and easy to say.
I don't even want to answer this. This is so bad. My name was the man, not child. Yup, that is bad.
The only other name I've had ever was Icy Waves. I don't know why. I chose it when I was like 12 or like 11.
Whenever I started off in gaming, I made my name Blake PS because I got a PlayStation, so I just added a PS for PlayStation at the end. Whenever I got signed, I was like, I'm just gonna make it Blake because it's way simpler and way better, and then I don't have to explain what the PS is every time.
I used to have it as Spiky Meme. Yeah, we don't talk about that.
It does feel good, like you see your name, you're like, yup, that's me. That's me placing it up there.
I never thought I'd be up to like where I am today. We started showing up on the leaderboards and it was just mind blowing. I did not expect it.
I never thought I'd see my name like at the top of the leaderboard before, but now that I'm like this far into my career, that's all I want to see.
Yeah, I definitely think my name is going to be up there. You know, I've worked a lot, put so much time in to become the player I am.
It's pretty surreal seeing your name up against players that you know are super good in your region. You take a step back and you look at the leaderboard and you're like, wow.
I think seeing my name against people like Uga, Mero, and others gives me perspective and showing me how far I've come, as well as how far I need to get.
When I first started playing competitively, I was like fans of all these people, and now seeing my name up there with them, it's a crazy feeling.
As always, thank you to our players, and there's some great names in there, but do you know what my 3 favorite names are?
Brother.
They're from our in-game team, everyone. Let's bring them out. We got Mini Miner, we got Monster D Luffy, and we got Shio Wager.
Feeling it. Yeah, it's going to be great. Final day. Kelly, Jacob, Vivid. It's a good one, man.
And so good to have you guys here. Mini Miner just coming off of EU. What an insane set that was.
Yeah, it was really, really crazy. We had some crazy plays. Vanyak was the solo clutcher on that region. Hopefully see more of that on NA East.
Oh, we definitely will. And I know you guys are ready for the action. So let's just go through our predictions real quick, everyone. I already talked about them earlier. Degen and Pledge with 2 second-place finishes. I mean, you have to pick them. And sorry, Vivid, I kind of stole your pick.
She may have, but listen, hopefully they steal the show today. They got a lot of momentum coming in after that Game 6 performance, so we'll have to see what happens.
I had a jaw-dropping moment seeing Glaze and Elite here. I just kept it at that. I had to grab them up.
Yeah, we're doubling down on that. I've doubled down on some predictions in the past, and they all qualified, so time to go for the 2-time for this one. Hopefully they make it through.
When Kelly set the stage, I'm feeling like the king of the Pirates today. I'm going Okies. I'm going simple. I'm keeping it simple. They played well yesterday. I'm expecting them to do good today.
I'm sticking with D-Roller and Knifey, and I'm expecting them to qualify today. I'm putting the Mini Miner guarantee on them qualifying.
Okay.
Guarantee.
Any of these teams can easily win everyone, and I want to set the stage once again. This is the final day of the semifinals. Only 12 teams will make it through. Who will it be? Well, maybe game number 1 can give us an idea. MDF Shio, take it away.
Game 1.
It's time to set the stage. 3 days of competition we've watched play out, but it's the semifinal stage, and it's so important, Shio. We got to send these teams to final.
Yeah, some would say this is the most important day overall for the entire tournament, dictating who is going to be the last slots over in the finals, and some monsters would even say it's more exciting than the finals themselves.
I mean, absolutely. As the players continue to punch their way through, we continue to see who's going all the way in, so let's see it. Game number 1 is here.
Semifinals, day number 3. This is the time where the last spots on the bus are all filled up, and there's still so many greats to roll in. 12 spots today, it's the top 6, and then every single VR as well for 6 games, and that all starts right now.
It is going to start right now. Loot Lake's probably going to be one of the most interesting places that we'll be focusing on today, mainly because, of course, the new appearances of players showing up. Contested draw spots are starting to appear all around us now. The Joneses seems to have a little bit of competition up at the Daily Bugle. It's actually going to be the opposite for the first time now. We see a spot open up, and we know how much benefit there is to the southern portions there as far as loot goes. So already I'm seeing a bit of favoritism come into play. Stories that don't happen from yesterday though. Rocky Reels, uncontested now. But look at where that action's going. Down to the Synapse Station.
Yeah, Synapse Station definitely going to be a little bit worse for wear. Overall, 2 on Greasy Grove. It was a big fight yesterday, but a bunch of teams have basically all just qualified, so they can accept. Pretty sure this is the 3rd day that they're here. Still kind of unsuccessful, still battling just a team on the map. It's going to be tough for them to keep rolling like this. Doesn't matter if it's Degen and Pledge, doesn't matter if it's Redux as well. That's on the other side of their screen. Now it's a whole new team. Same day, though.
Yeah, it's like they can't catch a break. They haven't been able to, except in Snake. We saw what happened yesterday. They tried to take the Rocky Reels. It didn't work. They're going back to square one, back to trusty old Synapse Station where they were winning time and time again, mostly up against Voyal and company, but here it is. Cyber's already down. Conman is going to have to figure this one out. It's a tough equation here. They're baiting the down player, except in Snake here, are just waiting for him to make a move. Conman's playing it out, so it looks like he is going to try and stick around and fight this one out.
Still rolling for it, and he has so much time as well because Zone has pulled all the way towards the desert side. It is all the way south. It's good for a majority of teams on the map at the moment. Everyone's going to be able to just play that mid game, but with the surge changes that we saw, the effect of them before, this means that today people have learned a little bit. They're rocking in with maximum aggression. Look at Convicted. Nice mantle over. Nice pick up to start things off, and it doesn't stop either. The 2-shot continues to be one of choice for many teams inside NAEs.
Great weapon. Very trusty. Very useful. And for most, they'll be running it, but it's, of course, a toss-up with that striker. That striker equally devastating. Here's Slacks and Clarity G over at the Reality Falls. Now, what's interesting about this play right here is that they're contesting an area, playing off an area where I'm looking to pick for, right? I got Okis, I got Simple as one of my highlights, and they are one of the teams that land this general area. It seems like they have actually been migrated out, maybe forced out because of the other players that are now in this vicinity. So already we're seeing adaptation come into play.
Too much space to handle for the moment, but you talk about teams returning to certain spots. Tahi, Bank, they're rocking through. Unfortunately, when it came to just the qualifiers, they didn't really have the truest of times over at the lake. They won a little bit. They also made a few end games and played slightly well. It wasn't consistent enough to make them go all the way towards the finals or even be in here in semis on the earlier days. So now we finally see them again. A force to be reckoned with as long as they stay uncontested. Rihan wanted, second day on the job. Looks like they know what the parameters are inside the office, but haven't landed much damage yet.
Let's see if they learned anything from yesterday. Today, though, of course, a new problem. K-Burbs and Yuden right now playing defensively back against the wall. No shield for the teammate. There it is, a great counter fire, but both sides get punished. Rihan swinging around the side here. Wanted makes for the call to disengage. They've already spent a little too much for them to be comfortable in the distance. A team rolling up. Does look like there's someone else that want to put their input onto the Shuffle Shrines battle going down.
Yeah, he's rolling in. His teammate's way far behind him. Hope he knows that there's a team right below. Pamsto Fatch, I think just like Slacks and Clarity G, teams that many would predict to just skip the semifinals completely. They're still here. It's day 3. Last chance to lock it in and qualify.
this is a strategy, right? We've seen them farm the same exact spot over and over. This is where they get both of their max metal out. So it's a repeat performance for them. So far, so good. Not looking to change anything too drastic from yesterday. Yesterday, they had somewhat of a winning formula, but we talked about it. It only takes a single game when you're on pace to fall behind, and their average placement was just that.
Lace and Elite, very similar situation. That final game was the single game Monster's talking about where they made a mistake. A little bit of just hindsight errors. Didn't fully replace a wall inside of a box. Got beamed over by Hoofishy and Kaz. Jacob also broke that one down. Today, though, if everything goes as per usual, there's no power outages as well as there were in day number 1. I mean, they've been through the gauntlet in terms of problems. This has to be where they lock it in.
Yeah, it is crazy. When you start looking at their story of the weekend, it really has been difficult. Knifey and D-Roller, one of the teams that was very much in the business, but found difficulty come the mid game. And again, they play it a little old school. And by old school, I mean like a week ago. They base up on a nice mountain and they really try to play for tags as opposed to being one of the teams that box dive. Here's P-God and Zapoxy. Big appearance for P-God. First time, only chance right now in the semifinals to make it through. We know a lot of people are rooting for this duo.
See if it's possible for them to really rock things through. Foxy's looking for his chance to really land some type of shots. Johnny and Goo as well. They've been here for just a little bit. Goo challenging some of the biggest names on the region and doing well so far. Not well enough to get all the way straight towards the finals. They'll clash with Shore and Zypha, who've been the bullied kids in school, it feels like. I think every single team has had a chance to beat them up a little bit. This is where they hit that gym, delete the lawyer, and what is it called? It's one of those sayings. They rock it in and it looks good.
Change the script, mix it up. When in doubt, just blame somebody. I'm sure Zypha, they're trying to do just that. Let's see what they can make happen today. Again, last chance now for semifinals before we start gearing up for the final stage. Fable, Taco, and Chewy almost had it yesterday. One of 4 teams or so that had just the question mark on the last game. We saw so many players, so many teams meet their demise, all of course under different circumstances. Look at this strategy right now. Mason and NPen, team that lands north typically of the Rocky Reels, they'd be in that position inside the Rocky Reels area, but DJ's gonna find a couple free tags here. Let's jump on over to the battle at the Synapse now. This is gonna continue. This is a continuation of the early game elimination from XF. Snake now trying to finish the deal.
Comment on the other side, nice big tag, 2v1. This should wrap up in just a second. Just need that one key shot to rock in and crack the shield. Snake will dive in the box for it. Nice replace as well, except right behind him. I like the synergy between these two. Kind of going for a split type of ramp edit. It's not going to be enough. Now the spray and the final confirmation will come in. A big cost to accept, but they got the elim at the end of the day.
Not gonna lie, looking a little nervous there, boys. Lot of misses. Lot of misses. You got that enemy in your box, 2-on-1, and none of those shotguns hit for a second there. So they do win the first game, but you can tell it's a little warming up to be had there. DGen and Pledge split very far from one another, but DGen's the player on the high ground here, already doing what he has to do, finding tags. You saw those first ones come on to Mason there as they were trying to set up that base just next door. This is what we expect of a team, but that's also a lot of trust being put in DGen to be the sole leader of the Storm Surge currently.
Nosh and Jack have had an attack as well across the map, and right now Nosh is taking a bit more than he's dealt, it looks like. All going to be fine, though. So many different bases means there's actually a lot of ample opportunity for both these players to go for hits back and forth. A lot of people already gone down in a couple of fights. I like the adaptation from Sneaky and Polo that we just saw on screen. Up in bases now instead of boxes. Down below the ground, they're learning a thing in between sessions, going for those VODs. Smite and Larson as well. I mean, they had a ticket on the train, right? A cart all the way at the end of the tracks, unfortunately detached. They were one placement off qualifying in session 1. Now they're here on day 3.
They were the leading team early on, especially after the changes. They got shifty shafts to themselves. Day 2 was looking like a sure shot for this team right here. Larson and Smite, impressive in their ability to beat teams in the mid game on 2-on-2s. They really were able to prove that all day yesterday. Kicks and Sphinx as well. They had such a hot start. Tons of eliminations. they were playing so well.
Absolutely, and with elims comes damage, with damage comes shields. Mini knows exactly how to shield up. Mini, how about you teach us a thing or two?
I'm the one getting taught actually here, Shy. This is Pamsto and Fatch getting a really, really good strategy using the harpoon to harpoon over an extra shield keg. This allows them to use it off spawn to get their shield all the way up to maximum. The benefits of having this is you have an extra one for later on. You can see them getting surge tags right now on the screen, using that shield keg to keep them atop of their HP as well. Of course, their shield going up along with it. And of course, looking at Dejan's loadout right now, they are set up for success. Look at it. He's got a grapple glove. He's got all the loot in the world. I'm sure they'll pop off.
If Surge didn't exist, Degen basically would be in a god spot. And for what Mini just showed us, Pamsto's making Surge not exist for his team monster. You see those tags?
Hey man, little by little, this French split really starting to come together for me. Winning me over right now. I like it. It's smart play, and realistically, who else is, thinking that far ahead? We haven't seen many teams do that.
Not at all. And we'll see if that type of split, that type of control can translate into points and hopefully a qual in game number 1. Reminder once again, if you do get a VR right now, you go straight to the finals. The other way to qualify in the semis is to get top 6 after the 6 games available for today. This is the first one overall in NA East. Ellison User also been here for a long time. Bobby and Plur. I mean, these guys were winning when it was just qualifiers, right? Pseudo quarters basically for us here in Fortnite. When it comes to semis, they have not found a single win.
And you would think, as one of the only teams who actually had a victory royale throughout the qualifier weeks, you come into this setting here, you've proven you can win games, you'd be a pick, you'd be, already done throughout the weekend. 11 chances they've had, as they had some of the most series points. They were in that first roster pool, but now they find themselves here with the third and final opportunity.
Yeah, it goes to show, too, that the difference in format overall, it might just be a small change, but when the entire lobby is playing for the win, the drop spots you're kind of, stopping at, the things that you're deciding your entire game plan, it is very different, and it will not work in the semis compared to how it is in in just the quals. You have to make sure that when you're rocking it in, you understand what teams are around you, you understand exactly what the format is too, because as soon as a few more players start to play for the win, the end game looks so different.
We're jumping on over to what looks to be a 2v2. Shield kegs are already down for the defensive side of Nets. But it's Loxit and Maxo who are playing a little aggressively, as they need 160 damage right now. That's a little shy of a full player, and Lox is going to get tagged first there. Maxo gets tagged right behind that too, and it's not looking good. Third party starts to send fire in as well. Siki and Nets have to stop for a second, but that shield keg is still going here to keep them healthy. Loxi gets knocked. It's Sin off in the distance there who's going to find him.
Third parties all the way towards the edge side of the zones have been a pattern we've been seeing since the inception of NA East. It's been so much more profound inside these semis as well. Acro, Sin,
they're running for the loot.
They are, absolutely. They're really good at knowing exactly when to just move together, when to disengage completely overall. They're trying to go for a heist type of play, go for the loot and just get out, but I don't think that second portion, the get out type of situation, is going to be as easy.
I don't know how I feel about that. They committed so much material. They left a fully based up metal fortress just to step on over and try to yoink up some ammo, and you can see it cost them all of their material. That's going to be a very bold play. We'll see if the risk pays off. Back to Pamsto, the victims right now, teams that have not managed their surge very well, as they're 300 above, so no need for them to do anything risky at the moment. You see them looking for teams on the zone there, making the rotate. These could be free targets. They're recognizing just that. Thatch is the only player to jump down right now. Gotta be careful. Pamsto fights back though. It's like, hey man, get off the wall. We're not having it. And now they know Surge is definitely active for that team. That's a lot of splashes there, so they're gonna slow down for a second.
Understand exactly what's happening above them. Pamsto and Fatch, very genius play to go all the way down to low. Have these trap doors available. I have lots of space to work with too. These half boxes almost overall that go into the dirt. A little bit more incognito, so you might not get sprayed all around you once you start making a few more. Meanwhile, Edge and Stolen up top. The more they move, the more noise they make. They attract a lot of that attention. The final drop down comes in. Nice separation for Pamsto to have that solo one in, and then he goes for the all-in aggression as well. Clean wrap up. So many teams around them, but they make it look like the best and most silent isolated 2v2.
Now they're max material, refreshed on heals as well. That team was no pushover squad. They had a lot of loot And that's going to be perfect as the zone starts to pull far. It's going west. They're going to have to battle their way through Tilted, but Tilted's a ghost town right now. Everyone's already gone. Clarity and Slacks being one of the first teams to start prioritizing a high ground position here, a dominant spot to be in at the current moment. As it stands, looking good. Chewy and Taco going to be the team of focus off there. And remember, yesterday Chewy and Taco were contested. They had Eoxy there. They were farming that team for eliminations. They had a very successful off-spawn win rate. Today, though, it's not there.
Yeah, now they don't have that guaranteed type of damage. Yes, they have a little bit more freedom, but they'll have to use their brains a little bit if they want to make it towards the mid and end games in day number 3. This is just tough for Walkers and Shadow. Also a team that's very familiar with the playing field right now. If Storm doesn't get him, Freeze will. Either way, he's going to be chilled and cooled down. Serbsky and Freeze have looked so good aggressively so far. Consistency-wise, though, haven't really hit the mark. Serbsky, one of the players with just elimination, I think almost records, just really good pop-offs in yesterday's games. He's here once again with 8 points. The team has 2 eliminations right now, looking for a few more.
Fan favorites are going to fall there. Zapoxy down, P-God down. Now Phazo and Curly Baby are 4 below. This is that team. Great tags there. Okay, that'll keep them in the game for now, but the surge, it was too late. Damage is already dealt. Curly Baby gets taken out there. They find themselves slipping down furthermore now. And it's a steep slope here as Phazo has to pause down and battle his way while currently inside the storm line here. And look at what's below him. The remnants of his duo. Nothing really there to play with, and he's just got to ditch the loot.
Yeah, 5 damage per tag. Gonna build a little monument. R.I.P. Mr. Phazo. Slacks and Clarity are kind of in the same situation as you, but the end of it hasn't happened yet. Clarity, gee. He can see everything up top on Sky High. Clockles, Bills are going to be under threat right now as this team starts to move, but it's against the gaze of everyone else on the server. This is going to be so tough for them to inch forward towards. I think Plupin's one of the only teams inside the zone, though, so everyone's pushing for the spot.
Yeah, everyone's looking at, them make the rotate out. So they have tons of targets behind them. Of course, everyone's real focus is getting to this new safe zone. And they have to march on through this huge tower in front of them. Clarity G and Slacks almost had an opportunity to try to topple the gates there, but they get slowed down. And now it's just a worlds away for everyone, though, like we just saw. Tilted Tower is just the home of everyone currently.
It's so hard to move out of here, too, because you have so many people ingrained into different houses, just trying to maximize refarming all their materials as well. We're moving upwards on a hill, too, so everyone kind of scared, thinking about what to do. There's some slight hesitation. Polo and Sneaky won't have that. They've got the grapple gloves. They can just swing all the way about. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside of town, in the wilderness, Chewy's here, and Penn and Mason are here. 2 big teams that like to survive for a very long time. With Surge, though, they might be forced to fight each other in just a little bit. Chewy follows Taco as they find their way in the zone.
Half material, good heals, and slightly above the Surge. Great spot to be in currently, but they will have to fight a little more. The current threshold, 44, is where we have to get down to. That's about 8 players or so from the current situation that the Storm's sitting at. Meanwhile, on the outer edge, here's the problem. Players are facing a large funnel as the little piece of land continues to play as one of the only natural areas to make a push through, and a Minish and Spark G jump into a box, but they get greeted with the 2-shot and the Striker with the turnaround. Spark G manages to clutch up in the end, though, and that puts them up to 3 eliminations. There was Plur and Bobby who get to fall there, victims to Spark G's shots, and he will stay alive for now.
He's gone, but he's rotating with Jack and Nosh right below their builds. He has to elevate up. Jack will find him. First shot.
No way.
Jack sleeping at the wheel. Spark G, the cyclone of damage doesn't stop spinning. He's still going in these boxes. Not sure what happened to Jack there, but he's going to be going down. Nosh not happy about that one. That's just tough to watch.
That's what happens when you use the Combat SMG to break through builds. You literally watch Jack jump in with the Combat SMG and then realize it's empty. Switches to the shotgun. Too late. He just gets hit big time and put down. Nosh now is probably wondering, so confused here. What happened? What do I even do? Do I take the one-on-one? Possibly, right? You need those points here. There it is, looking for it now. Spark G on the run.
Spark G has racked up so many different eliminations this game so far. He's First place overall, almost with 15 points. So we'll see if he can just keep racking that over and over again. There he is, moving in. Sneaking in front of him too. Half-half's very close by. A bunch of the teams on the server actually have it. D-Roller, you're talking about playing classic Fortnite. This is not really a classic spot I see these two in. Usually they have a little bit of a, you know, fight for height. They're looking good up until half and half. Trouble in this first game.
Very low-key, snake in the grass. Oh, I was gonna say, looking to sneak up on someone, but there's someone behind the wall. They were waiting there. Not that low-key. He gets caught. That was wanted and revised there. Nice enough for them.
So Giants, new team rocking in on day 3. Having a good run already. Matt's not looking too hot though. The loadout, potential to maybe swing in a box and do something big after the fact. So Giants now have to move. Sus can edit on him, but he's getting pressured himself. The beam will come in. Giants will pick it up. Huge for the siphon for the man. Not sure how many mats are on a solo, but ooh, it's enough to keep the game rolling. Meanwhile, Wanted, his reign continues. Bank now down. NPen makes some space for himself in the boxes. Illis is gone. So a bunch of these top-name teams that like to take height or have control of the biggest layers have some room, have some power. And although Poopid got just hit in the head over and over again from Clarity, he now has a little bit of clairvoyance as to what to do next. That stay secure, stay resilient, be observant about what's going on around you. They're trying to hold height now, Monster.
That's right. You got Quacko up there holding it down right now with Plu as well. Poopid, they're looking pretty good here. This zone's going in their way. It's going right back north. It's also going to be very, very good for Spark G, whom, by the way, is still alive. Is a solo in the low ground. It's going to go right past their old build, so at least they'll be able to extend this solo opportunity. And mind you, we're underneath 20 duos, so this is crazy. There's a lot of placement points being earned right now.
For Wanted and Revise, their momentum kind of stops. Revise ends up going down. Meanwhile, Freeze and Serbski, we've seen what they can do once they start to get a few eliminations inside the 6th storm. They've gotten 2 right now. They're looking hot, ready to go. Tahi and Bank also on the run. Kicks and Sphinx beside him. 2 top teams. The harpoon grab not going to be possible for Tahi. Free rotate though. He's found it. It's treasure on the beach, and there's so many other teams hounding for it too. Only so many shovels, only so many spots, and Tahi and Bank will find one.
And what's crazy about that, all those players trying their best to save material. They don't have much. You can just see them going on foot, willing to risk it all just to get a couple paces ahead, and it pays off, at least this time. Spark G, however, like we said, he should have been okay, and it does look like that zone favor is going to work out for him once again, so it's pulling back and forth the way that he needs it. This could be that big game to set him up. Meanwhile, on high ground, New Kings up top, NPen and Mason going to take a chance up here, and they're at 6 elims. They're absolutely running the lobby currently.
They're tired of playing these semifinals. They've been here for days. They've looked at the quals and said, okay, what can we improve? Not much yet. We just have to execute right now. Ty's the one that gets executed all the way on low ground. Old trade slacks. Clarity will be able to escape. I'm looking at height though. They have such a big advantage in this spot. Low ground pulls all the way over on a hill. That's why Polo's lost in the sauce. He finds one elimination, but it's not going to matter for much for now. Graf will go also left behind. He elects to use the med mist. Sphinx also lost here. So much loot. So many duos split in half. It's a solo game way out in the wild. Look at Mason and NPen on height though. The zone, such a blessing. They've capitalized off of it. They haven't stopped the pressure. If they stop Acro from moving, they should be fine. Pamstel also can't move unscathed. The team that could fight NPen and Mason at the end has to find a way to reheal. Patch is down. It's all up to Pamstel now.
Look at this. He's climbing around. He's looking around. Big shot there, but Plupid comes in and puts down Pam and then gets traded out. Meanwhile, Mason's still fighting right now. They somehow lose high ground. It's Sin who's going to battle it. It's Acro, but the tag is good, and Mason is now on the throne here. He is sealing the deal with the finish, and he needs this siphon, but the push comes in from the other side. Sin's getting worked right now. 1 tag away from finishing things up, but that saves 2 for both, and there it is. The trades are good.
Mason does not want to let go, and look how far he'll go to stay inside this game. Sky High has the builds for the waterfall, but who can see the current coming? Grapple glove tech. You love to see it, and it's a silent drop as well, so he gets a big shot on the Serbski. This man's mind absolutely working on overdrive. Another shot as well. His shot following through. Damage is there. A solo on height. There's only 1 duel left. It's Chewy and Taco on low ground. Another team that wants to get rid of themselves from these semifinals.
And we've been here before. Dejan and Pledge is another duo as well. So 2v2v1 on high ground. Mason, armor wall comes down. This 2-man team right here has an important decision to make. If they don't look up now, it could give Mason the opportunity to snipe this all away, which is an almost near impossible feat. But up they come. Taco comes into the box. They get dropped down. Degen, Pledge managed to get away with it, and now Mason has to fight the 2v1. When he gets trapped in a cone there, he's going to have to reevaluate the situation. Now down to just 7 builds. It's all or nothing.
No match to fight. No util to drive. He has to find some miraculous shots. Degen and Pledge are all over him now, though. Spray in, shots through. It's tough for my man Mason. Up inside the waters, Pledge can still breathe. And the air smells so fresh all the way up at the finals.
I mean, I was still nervous for a second, though. You had Pledge swimming in the water, enjoying the breeze, but he didn't quite have the elimination just yet. Luckily, in the end, he does hit that shot as he had to reload the striker. Lucky for us, though, we get to watch him back one more time.
Degen and Pledge, talk about the story. Tested day after day, game after game, from every single duo it feels like in NAE. Sometimes it's a snake, sometimes it's a third party that comes all the way in, but now they rat their way all the way on low ground, take minimal damage, and secure such a nice dub. It's the first one of the day. You just go sleep now.
Yeah, definitely. They get to go on home and relax for the rest of the evening here as they win game number 1. They're going straight to finals, Degen and Pledge. And you know what? There's a lot of storyline implication happening here. Now, this opens up rocky reels for us. Snake and XF have a chance now early in the day to actually go back to yesterday's formula, possibly play it out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just so nice to see a strong team, one of the biggest ones, leave some room for everyone else to start to catch up. But we're going to catch up with what happened in that game too. Kelly, what you got for us?
Chayo, we got a lot for you right there because I know Vivid and I are feeling pretty good with our predictions going through. And, you know, with their performance yesterday, getting 2 second-place finishes, it was only a matter of time before they grabbed a VR.
Oh, listen, we are feeling way more than just good, Kelly. We absolutely nailed it right on the head there. First game victory royale. It doesn't really get any better than that. But Degen and Pledge, you guys played absolutely phenomenally. But it's just on the back foot of realizing that everything's going chaotic on the higher ground. And they're just like, listen, we're just going to hang out here. We're fine as a duo. We're going to stay healthy. We still got the builds. 0 eliminations actually coming into this first turn. Not sure how they're picking up the storm surge damage. Maybe it's because of the aim that Degen right now is showcasing, but on the back foot as well of the grapple glove rotations. That's how, Jacob, they are able to maintain the resources to keep themselves going in the end game.
Yeah, which is honestly key. Those resources. See, Pledge even going backside against Sphinx and even getting more resources. Honestly, it was the refresh after refresh because of the eliminations, because of the aggressive gameplay just like that. And I feel like that one right there really sealed the deal because they got it in such quick succession. It didn't allow Mason enough time to drop down low and interrupt that fight.
That was the only duo left. Right after they were done with Fable Taco, they had Mason left. And right after that, it's an easy 2v1 pickup for them. But listen, whew, Mason was putting on quite a show, Kelly.
Oh, and we're definitely going to be looking at that in just a second. But here we have it, everyone. Degen and Pledge, the first team to grab their VR and their ticket into the finals in August. Let's take a quick look at our standings right here. Of course, Mason and NPen holding high ground so well, winning a 1v2 Mason did after NPen went down, and that's why they're currently sitting 11 points ahead of second place. But second place did pretty good as well. Serb and Freeze there. We also had Taco and Chewy who keep getting up there, and then something happens towards the end of the game, Jacob.
Yeah, the end of the game, it was Mason hanging on as a solo. This guy has managed to do it yet again because honestly, this isn't the first time we've seen them do wonders. Remember when Cam and Narwhal ended up qualifying in earlier qualifiers? Guess who came in second? It was Mason and NPen. First you don't succeed, try again, and they show that anything's possible.
This guy's looking straight up world class right now, using the mantling to keep going up. He knows he has builds, but he's opting instead to mantle up so that way he can actually save resources, save himself, so that way he can continue to fight even after he inevitably takes some damage there. And it was just really well played. He did everything that he could. Even right here, he actually takes the shield off of both Degen and Pledge. So a little bit more room to work with. We could have seen one of those great clutches that we saw over on EU happen, but you know, Degen and Pledge, way too good in a 2v1 right there to close it out.
Well, just what you were saying about Mason, you could hear it from MDF. He's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, Mason did an incredible job. 9 eliminations, second place. That is how you, if you can't get a VR, that's how you want to start the semifinals.
Yeah, but Serbsky, Freeze, they're starting the semifinals with the same type of fire. And that's honestly quick to see because they only got taken down by Mason. If they would have just looked up just a little bit sooner, they would have seen that player as a solo. But once again, those grapple gloves, staying ahead of zones, catching those teams off guard just to get the siphon and the refresh. And by the time they finally looked up by Mason, he already lost his duo. He already lost himself back into the storm with no heals. It was basically all over at that point.
Yeah, but 5 eliminations right there, breaking himself into our top 6. It's really, really good to get into this position early on throughout these games because you just set the pace for yourself. As long as you keep playing like this, you have an established strategy that now you know it works. You're a little bit more confident in how you're playing.
Yeah, and honestly allows you with that cushion that you build, if you can hold that on to at least game number 6 at the very end. Yes, we've seen a lot of the teams fall out if they go down early, but hey, if they get themselves so much of a lead, we've also seen teams clinch their spot early.
Well, what about the teams that are a little bit without that cushion? This is our 11th through 20th place teams right now, and there's some big names right here. One of the teams we talked about earlier, Tahi and Bank, currently sitting in 15th place, and out of 50 teams, that's not too bad.
No, it's not.
Happy to see them run up there. It was actually really, really great to see them already running the loadout that a lot of these teams adapted to yesterday throughout the semifinals, running just 2 weapons, the Stinger SMG, and then that Striker Burst Assault Rifle alongside 3 heals, which they obviously can do with that loot lake position. So many slurp splashes coming out of there.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not too worried about Tahi and Bank because if you remember, Peterbot and Bila, 0 points in game number 1. They had the comeback of an ages, even with back-to-back victory royales, but you can see all the way from the beginning of the game, those heals that I'm talking about from their loadout. And unlike Glaze and Elite, they rotated very, very early with the launch pad. They set themselves up with a favorable first couple of zones that set themselves up for a late game like this.
Now that Degen and Pledge have left their drop spot, do you think a new team is going to be coming in there?
Every single time we've had a team qualify through a victory royale, it usually ends up that drop spot is now contested. There's usually like 2, 3 teams that want a piece of it, so we will have to see what happens. Rocky Reels is a very good drop spot. We also saw Dubs and Rokane qualify out of there, so it has a good stat sheet so far. And then those grapple gloves, everybody wants them.
Oh, yeah, we saw the use from the grapple gloves as well. I mean, incredibly a good player there, able to stay at the front of the zone with that. So obviously a pivotal part of the competition, everyone. Guys, it's time. We got game number 2 for the semifinals ready to go. So let's head on over to our casters. It's MDF and Shia Wager.
Game 2.
Mason, Degen, Chewy, some of the GOATs in the session right now, all making it to the top 3 in that endgame monster. If this is how it goes today, who knows? Maybe have some just banger games overall.
Yeah, we definitely are in for some more surprises. It's just the beginning. That was only game 1, of course, to kick us off in the right direction. Couple clutches, though. Spark G, he's my pick right now to be a surprise of sorts. I didn't expect that much.
Yeah, it's just not about the win. It's about being consistent as well. If he's getting so many eliminations every single game, rising up the ranks, it's like 6-4 just for him solo. That should be looking so good for him throughout the game.
Yeah, definitely. He's got a spot to play off of it as well, so we'll see how his contested area ends up playing out. But of course, other players that have new issues. Taco and, of course, Chewy at the Greasy Grove. You saw what happened there. The finals this time around, the semifinal stage, they are not contested. It played into somewhat of a troublesome mid-game for them as they had themselves below the Stormsters.
Also, big question, what the Pamsto doing right now? Because this is a big boy, a big man, and there's more big things happening in this next game.
That's right. We're jumping on the battle bus here. Let's see how these big plays are going to play out up at the north as we start to see the Lighthouse. That is actually the Pamstil and Fatch territory. Now coined the French split. We love to see it. Got to give them all their credits and flowers. They've been playing well this weekend. Yesterday, of course, falling just short of where they wanted to be.
Absolutely. This is their final day, their last chance, and that chance is getting ever so slimmer each and every single game. We went from 6 now down to 5 left overall on the day. Consistency matters. Winning matters as well.
Stacky's on their drop spot. Someone's in there dropping out, locks it, and Maxo invade the other area. So they pivot off the Lighthouse because they didn't have the perfect drop. And then he just got landed on by Maxo and Lock. So we saw this on Qualifier 1, actually, when they were contested yesterday. It wasn't a problem, but today it becomes one.
This is just a whole issue for these guys. Every time when there's more people rocking in, the sessions are kind of changing. You're switching up the overall plan. Some of the teams that are still in the fray, especially on these, outer spots, you were mentioning it for Pamstil and Fatch. If you don't have one of these big POIs, anyone can come just driving by.
And you think XM and Snape would go to Rocky Reels, but they're like, no, we got 2 elims here last game. Let's try to play for that again. Let's do it again. And XM Snake do manage to have that high ground position, the key spot here, so the better drop. And now getting the health advantage as well, but they are, of course, going to fall behind on mats the longer they take.
This fight, we know how long it can actually go. In a 1v2, it went all the way almost to the second zone. So, Con Man at least, we know he has it in the tank to make it hard for Xtep and Snake. We also know how much timing matters right now inside these semifinals. Xtep Snake is dope to win Synapse, is dope to win the fight. you need to move across the map. You had this exact zone. It's almost a mirror zone. It's kind of a little bit more over to the left overall on the map this time. But the south almost looks the same. They have so much control. They have the time. If they overuse it, though, they will not find more players. They will not get more surge tags. They will not gain control of any more territory. All those things really bad for your chances to make it very far in the game.
Yeah, that's right. There are definitely pros and cons to, of course, being contested and waiting out the early game. I guess one thing we can start to look at as well is, I mean, you allow the other team to heal up, more damage to pick up. That'll definitely play its own weight. But here it is, Blizzinson on the other side. We get to jump on over to the Joneses. Freshly contested hot spot. It was contested last game. Continue to be battled for here. And now, Blizz looking for control right now. Convicted the team that had a much better performance last game. A top 15 is impressive. 2 elims take you from 15 to top 10. Keep that in mind. It is only game number 2. He's got some moves though.
He's going. That mouse is flying all over the desk. Look at that edit too. Knows exactly what's going down. The triple is not going to connect, and he will fall all the way down. The pressure of being on screen, it seems like. He has to be running now. Just one build to be able to play with. He almost had that triple edit all the way towards convicted. Shiesty would have been in trouble too now, but there's no builds on either side of this fight.
But don't worry, Fortnite fam. He doesn't know he's on camera. It's just we're not actually giving them extra pressure. Shiesty though gets a good angle and sends mega damage there. And the only reason he went down was to play for those mats. Look at that. Getting punished on high ground. Blizz finds the angle onto Shiesty and he gets big damage in. Convicted now. Has to turn this one around here to clutch up, and he does. And all of a sudden, fragmented duos are everywhere. Punishment on all sides. This turns into a 1v1 plus 1 on the outskirts.
This is so tough overall for the side of Sinks and Blizz. Wanted and Revised, so good at being the ones to third party, find advantages all the time. They come in stealing even more. Sinks, he goes for the shield play instead of reviving a teammate. I wonder if that will pay off, because right now, in just a little bit of a moment, it's going to be a 1v2.
This is crazy. Wanted is like hunting for the team down low. He knows for an absolute fact they were somewhere here. They might be here. But he shows up without Rehan. Rehan's moving in very, very late. Plurk, who got taken out very early last game, in the mid game, to the hands of Spark G. Saw how that all played out. Big, big exchanges. He's going to find his full set of elims here as a fresh 2. On the coast, potentially locks it in Maxo. No, it's Dauda and Bryce who are there looking inwards. No fight's going to break out just yet. They just want to farm some tags if possible. But let's get on over to Wanted and Rehan, who should be hunting for the elims here.
You can see all these cones, all with wood as well. They can kind of realize that, yeah, something's been refarmed. There should be a little bit of a surviving type of roach hiding down below under the floorboards. It's in the form of Sinks, who's done a really good job at surviving so far. Double SMG in the builds, or in the loadout, excuse me, alongside that striker. If it is the 1v1, he can pack a punch. Rehan now kind of getting affected by Revised outside. Gonna be tough for him to oversee exactly what to do there. A bunch of these outside teams really having trouble. Some of the top dogs still, Mason, N-Pen, that a taste of the finals. They were right there. Maybe their head peeked over the clouds. They got dragged way back down.
That was crazy. He had a chance. Saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Like you said, just got shut down. Serbsky and Freeze, though, in a battle here once again.
See exactly what they can do. A lot of eliminations in that last game. Lots of questions to be answered in this game, though. How does Rocky Reels look like directly off of spawn? What does it look like for some of these players who are like in the god loadout spots, like D-Gen was last game? Miniminer also pointed out last game that D-Gen had such a good loadout. I basically said if Surge didn't exist, they'd win off of that spot. They won the game anyways. Chewy and Taco, really nice to update with them too. The third place team, looking fine currently. They're in one of those top spots, but I don't see a loadout like D-Gents. We still have no idea what happened at Rocky Reels.
This is the first time we get to see that team play out with being effectively uncontested, like completely uncontested. They're playing big towers on the mushrooms there. They're in a low traffic area. They're not going to find too much, so every little opportunity you have to take the maximum advantage of. Meanwhile, down south, the fight of Except and Sin rages on as Conman jumps into this battle too. So he's a new piece of the equation. There was already a clean 2v2 happening here. And then you have another team that jumps in. That's due to the hands of the grapple gloves. You can see how desperate players are, willing to use those just to get here. Snake spots him. Spots the second one as well. They're on the heels of this opponent.
It's tough, and the others are really rocking through. They've got him trapped way down into a cave. Hopefully, he doesn't use all the charges of that grapple. Left or right, they'll split up for now and try to find a way all the way towards Conman. It's Elite, NPen, and Mason that are here right now. Snake and Outside have to climb all the way back up, but they'll be rudely awakened in just a second. Elite actually, or NPen actually, excuse me, will be able to back off a little bit and readjust where they're coming from. The flank's still coming in. Conman, gonna be tough for him to stand behind this rock. There are the shots. From the front side, though, they still don't see NPen and Mason. This is a huge ramp, but it's a setup. Watch Snake's HP. In the next 3 seconds, 2, no, they're not even aiming just yet. They go under the ramp.
They were thinking about breaking it, possibly. I'm not sure what the play was there, but the passiveness is going to be the decision here. Mason and NPen do have a lot to lose. Let's keep that in mind. So they're evaluating every circumstance right now, every potential outcome. Where is the duo is their biggest question, and now they're probably wondering, yeah, we could have missed our opportunity here.
Xcep's going to see him as they walk up that ramp. Sometimes you don't look at exactly what your duo's doing, though. You understand that safe, or just that space is safe. And there's the beam onto Snake. It's a big pinch if Xcep gets there in time, but if NPen and Mason wrap this one up in just about 20 seconds, it's going to be fine for Snake. He's taking a little bit of damage. NPen does not care. Still trying to find Snake, wrapping around all this big rock. He's now down towards the ground. Can NPen actually sound it out? Absolutely. You can see the builds being finished. We're back in that cave.
This is smart for Snake. He knows there's an exit on the northern side that'll lead him right back to his teammate, and he knows he's got all the builds here as well. For him, from his perspective, probably one big edit course, and he will be able to escape and get to the safety of Xcep there on the other side, where they'll meet NPen and Mason right here, right now. Dangerous territory now, and they know, yeah, we're not going to walk out that door. There's a likelihood you're there. The piece control comes through. Mason and NPen step up, but it's Xcep who grabs the wall first, and they have the advantage right now. But it's a two-way prong, and the damage is coming in from all angles. Mason is looking good here. First place team manages to survive the first hit, and he gets the second one as well. And he will be able to save NPen in the end. And that was an explosive little 2v2.
Absolutely. Mason carrying the momentum over from that previous end game, and still rocking socks over and over and over again. Now we also have to kind of dry things off, get back to the desert. Mini Miner, what is that Rocky Reels update?
Of course, we saw Pledge and Dejan winning the first game. That leaves Rocky Reels open for business. K-Burbs and Yud end up landing here. So these are the guys that are now taking hold of this area. Maxo managing to find the taxi. So will this be able to help them get their rotation sorted in the mid game? We just saw Mason and NPen. And of course, NPen going down. Now Mason had to save him earlier on in the game as well off the back of a reboot. So maybe we'll see that again.
A lot of the times that reboot does not actually end up letting your teammate land on the field, let alone you just winning a fight and invading Synapse. Huge for Mini Miner to have that insight. At the same time, we're seeing things like who's new in Rocky Reels. We're seeing the potential of what Fashion Pants could have had Monster. Remember, Loxit was the one that took him down, and they have a taxi now. They're driving clean.
Yeah, definitely, and that was, again, a massive upset for Pamstone and Fam. Fash there, who are inside, or were inside the top 10. Not going to be there after this game here. Seeing the consistency come through for NPen and Mason, though, as well, after overcoming the hurdle of an early game knock. So definitely impressive to see them managing to turn this game back around. Acro and Sin, who were in that end game conversation last game, are having a bit of a struggle here. It seems like the first zone did not treat them very kindly. They're halfway through material, looking a little light on the heels here, and the zone's pulling far south. So a lot to overcome here.
Sometimes just the center of the map, if there's so many teams in the way, it can feel like a max south type of pull. They can't really go anywhere without taking too much damage, and they have to find some for the moment. Same thing for Sneaky and Polo. The 74 above will not be enough. They have to find just a few tags here and there. The triple digits is a really good indication of you're doing well on shooting other people on the server.
We're going to jump over to the other side. Let's get to Siki and Nets here. 274 above the surge on the rotate right now, and a long way south is the direction they have to keep heading in here. This game, too, looking unforgiving for the bulk of the lobby right now, especially those that performed very well last game. Last zone wasn't too far off from here, so I do wonder what's making all the fuss, what's making all the difference right now. As teams have seemingly found themselves well out-positioned this game. Team that's in a great position, though. Wanted and Rihan inside the top 10, but also inside the desert. Nice and dry, but also safe currently away from the storm.
I like the fact that they're looking at the same angles together. It means you can kind of bleed these shots through the bills like you're seeing. Might not be the most, but you do it 2 or 3 times, you can add up those totals. Are now 243 above. Once again, sight lines on the same side. And if Wanted's not hitting it, Rehan is. Mr. Rehan plays Osu, so you know he hits every single target as well. Taco Plupid, they had height before. They had a chance to really own the territory inside the first game of NAE. Unfortunately, they were challenged multiple times. Plupid with a few good shots. He got taken out towards the end, so right on consistency. For Edge, for Fazo, I feel like these guys like it when their screen is purple, and they want to stay in that zone 24/7 because as many eliminations as possible. That's the only way I can think of right now.
Fazo and Curly Baby have been living in the zone all weekend. They really are that team that will storm fight you. They are that team that you see on the clips like, what happened here? They're just there. They'll battle it out. Don't pick a fight with them. They'll see it through to the end. But to touch on that Quaco and Plupid point, I like that they were bold enough to play for high ground. It's the second time we see them try to do it. I am curious as to how they lost it to NPen and Mason, though, because they had so much loot, literal zone favor, and natural high ground. So something went just drastically wrong for them. As we jump on over to the other side, this is a wrong strategy for Walkers and Shadow here to be so far below the surge, this late into the zone.
This is tough for him. This is too much, and it's up against Taco and Chewy. What a shot from Taco. Absolutely needs it. He lands it. Walker's now super low. Chuck Splash is coming down. That sword, the storm threshold as well, kind of goes for the opposite team. What an angle from Taco. A big one down to Walker. I feel like some of those pellets might have hit the second player too. This is just too good, and he's just working both these players with a force of 4.
That read was crazy. That read was absolutely crazy. And another, just a great read. He just knows exactly where these players are. Very smart. Game sense kicking in. Fable Taco just has to hit a single shot. Grabs the wall. He was fast with it. Doesn't even miss to get it. Shot bleeds through the bills on the retag. Shadow does a little bit of punishment, but not enough to fully scare him off. The 2 splashes could be an indicator to Taco. And this player has shield, but no, lets the guard down. And from behind, a fresh duo rolls up. Who can it be? Taco now in a world of problems. Shadow now steps up to take advantage of this.
It's a war on 2 fronts as well. Shadow needs to just confirm something here in this fight or back up and go for the revive. Try again. Winning on time, it might just make the other duo walk towards him. It's Zypha, and yeah, they do, so he forces way up into the box. He's running out of time to go for the revive, though. Zypha, sure, might just cut him off as he tries to make it to safety.
And the Elim does come through, so those shots were to confirm the points. That was the mistake. But Shadow gets to play this game out. Earns himself a couple. Polo, 186 below, 20 seconds until things get active. About 5 or so more players have to go down here. So things are going to begin to add up. Polo and Sneaky are both still up. Got some heals to work with, but the material count is what's looking very, very interesting.
They have a chance to rack him back up in just a sec. Maybe they don't, though. They need a team right beside him. Doesn't matter if they get 6 eliminations from long range. The only thing you immediately get straight to your inventory is a siphon, is the shield. They get those mats, you have to be at those bodies. Polo is finding a few to hit right now. Sphinx and Kicks will be able to hear those shields crack right above him. They know what's about to go down. They might just connect those builds as well. Here the splashes rock in too. They recognize that Sneaky and Polo are in maximum trouble.
Even though splashes could be an indicator, hey, these guys are healing right now. Why would they be healing right now? But Kicks and Sphinx slow down. They continue to listen, monitor the situation close by. Notice there's no floor there, so they're just a single edit away from stepping out. That could work against them, though. Polo and crew can jump down. See what happens later, though.
This duo right now, D-Roller and Eifert, they're looking real good. inside one of the mid spots. Zone locks in. They're starting to go straight towards where they need to. No hesitation at all. That screams experience. But at the same time, if they are so experienced, why are they in this lobby? It's just the small mistakes. It's the lack of power, I feel like, towards the end games as well. Sometimes a retake will come in. They don't have the mats to handle it. They'll let the building do the talking first without that much of a voice. The shots will not be able to follow up as a result. Lupin and Quackle are looking really strong, though. Their voice is loud. Another quick pickup right before the end game starts. That'll be a lot of mats, a lot of different things available for them to recycle, refresh with before they really get on the move.
That's massive. A little weapon upgrade across the board there. Materials are the most important, like you mentioned. Illis is just going to get hit with a couple headshots. That's the hammer AR for you. 47 in a body tag before you know it. That fire rate is crazy if you can get the first connects off. Quack and Plupa, they'll walk right on up into so much line of fire, though. You can see the pressure coming in immediately. 12 below now for Sneak and Polo. This problem continues on here. 3 players have to go down before we get that 44 threshold.
The damage they've done so far hasn't really been enough to keep them stress-free. Every single person in metal and brick builds as well, so you know no one's editing until the zone actually shows up. That means they're not going to get any damage down, especially on this right side. Maybe look towards the left, but if they edit a wall there, it's maximum trouble. Slacks, Clarity G, they want a ticket off this semifinals train.
Can't believe they're here. Can't believe they're here. They had a draw spot free to themselves. They've had a lot of games over the course of 6 and in relatively decent areas for them and their draw spot, and still not been able to capitalize. Right now, though, off to an okay start. I'll take a 12. Starting in, they're on the bubble. There's nothing wrong with that. And you got to think about it, as teams win and they go straight to finals, those points open up. Being around 12th is about as good as top 6 by the time game 6 comes, so you got to just be that active.
Yeah. You got to stay that good. Freeze and Serbsky way better than that right now. It's 2nd overall. Crackly and Joe, I mean, it's exactly the sounds their health bars are kind of making. Cracking over and over again is going to be tough for those guys to come back. There's no chance to do that much damage now. This team should be very interesting to watch. Serbsky on the left side. They are the aggressors, it feels like, of this entire lobby. Joe, though, in trouble. He's down in 3 seconds. I don't even want to count to it. Yeah, maybe just in 2. They go down, and that's actually 2 frees, so called that one. That team just knows exactly where to look for the eliminations.
That was pretty cool, though. Joe consciously allowed his teammate to get eliminated, by the way. Just holding on to the heels. They were willing to trade off instead of using everything. It's almost like accepting defeat.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got eliminated shortly after, but hey, they tried in a strategy, I guess.
The shot was definitely alive there, and look at that much more interesting, and maybe vertical sky high for now. What is this? Encrypted. Running into the walls. Shadow behind him. That might be free, it seems like, for him to be able to dive onto. Nosh, we know, wants this. Could get another one, but no. Look at the focus. No tunnel vision. He's in, he's out.
Almost caught there, though. You heard the shots coming behind him.
Oh, looks like Jack was not. Hold up. Jack did go down, so he was a little bit tunneled on what was going down there. Maybe a weapon upgrade. Everyone in this spot is really, really scuffed and desperate. Nosh and Jack, they go down to the poverty section of all these builds, and everyone is hungry for something. A few types of builds, some ammo, some weapon upgrades. Meanwhile, all the way over at this lavish new skyscraper that's built up inside the sands, look at all the shields maxed out. Look at everyone just boxed in metal. It is high-rise living. Look at the loadout from Nawson. They got grapple gloves here, Monster. They're just built different.
That's right, and they have to go all the way back, and look at this. It's going to work out for them, but you saw what they did early on. They committed too many builds to that big skyscraper, and now they cannot play for height right now.
This is just so much trouble than that entire market for these guys. All their savings might just crash. They're in trouble spots, too. Look at Mason. He dives down to all these players who were hungry for it, who had nothing left, and that power, that motivation stops him in his tracks. Now, it's the opposite. N-Pen in the box. He's looking to work that clutch.
Looking good for N-Pen right now, as he does have the grapple glove. There's a time to use it. It's when you're a solo. You only have to worry about yourself. Get in front. Save mats here. He's going to open up the 2x2. On the low ground, Crackle and Floopin running the front side and finding Elan's in the process already at 2, but they're going to need a little refresher if they want to extend this game any further. Comes the layer change. They're going back up. Trying to make the move here. Crackle, leading away.
He's divine intervention right now, Monster. There's nothing those guys can do. Same thing for Bank. What does he have in his inventory? No AR either. The 2-shot, it's all close range. It's up against duos. You can't do anything with this loadout but beam, and he does, Bank. But he can't find the body. He can't even find the finish. That was Smite that's just put down to nothing.
Many players are damaged right now, but on high ground, D-Roller and Knifey are looking the most healthy. Decent mats as well. There goes the split. We might just be seeing the early instances, the early opportunity for a high ground win. Bank's gonna fall, Kicks and Sphinx. Not trying to give it up just yet. Kicks by himself and now fully eliminated. Freeze. In the meanwhile, 4 elims for him behind an opponent. 2 misses, hello? That's a 3rd that connects, the 4th as well. He's back in the business.
How much time is lost so from missing some of those crucial shots? A splash that could be used to help you win the game, wasted to get back in the zone, get back in the swing of things right now, but he knows exactly how to move on this low ground. It's a sidewinder of a striker's shot, but he's not going to find too much. Barely even enough. An armored wall coming down in the worst of times. Freeze is back into the zone. Use that miss. Slacks is ready for it. Freeze way biding his time. He'll be able to escape. Nawson, though, rocked down. Short, taken out. Knifey all the way off of Vite. Revives and Crazy are here to play.
It's a new team that builds their way on up. 4 builds only for Crazy GGs. None on the teammate Revives here. So it's not going to last long, and that has been the theme of the weekend. Teams continue to exchange for high ground, and no one, you really don't know who's going to survive all the way to the end. Meanwhile, Npen still alive. Like, what is he doing? He's just holding on right now. Not a single elim since the last time we tuned in, but he's still up. He's still earning.
Right now, he's avoiding high ground at all costs. Up there, it's chaos. That's a ladder he does not want to climb. Freeze, Clarity, Slacks all beside each other. He might just finally get dropped here below his build. Then Pen finally down now. Glaze takes him out, so he's upside in this end game too. But
snap.
Look at Slacks, janitor to duty, cleaning up everything on the grass. Up back now with Clarity G. They're comfortable to be that final low ground team.
They might just win this. Freeze comes down. Hello. Another refresher for them. Another one on the side. The read's there. Slacks knows it. There it is. Hello. Lets him come into the box. The double edit is good. And he drops him just like that. And now it's a 2-on-2. But they have all the refreshers in the world. We already knew high ground had nothing. He tried. It wasn't good enough. Here comes Revive swinging around the side there. He can mantle his way up, though. And no. Misses another one. And there it is. Now they have control of height. It cost them everything, but they are here.
Slightly overbuilt. They are a little bit too high. Crazy and Revives, though, should be able to stop this. A chop down and Clarity's lost. Slacks, you have to be able to catch up. Clarity, maximum affected, but they're also burning inside the storm. A big shot from him to the back of Revives. Shield only cracked, barely even. It cost him his life. Now up, Slacks, he's here. He's seen this before, and he knows how to control it all. Crazy down, one more on the left side. He reads
No way!
Patience from Slacks, and he's in the NAE's finals.
He's smart. He's clean with it in the movement. The man was dancing down there. It was looking so good.
These guys are tired, exhausted in the moment. So many games, the quals and the semis, but another GOAT name takes their spot, rightfully so, next to everyone else in the final.
And it was crazy because we were rooting for Roller, Knifey. They have the potential. Slacks and Clarity G were asking that same exact question. Why are they here? Why are they still in semifinals? Such a veteran team, such a team full of accolades and skill.
Absolutely, and nostalgia as well. For me, I feel like I've seen the Slacks play before, whether it's with Keys beside him or any other team in the previous chapters of the FNCS. He lets someone go in, be that distraction. You can count on Slacks to be able to work all these different layers. He's hanging on the corner of a build, doing all this work. One little wall, just a half pixel of it. He does this much damage, that much control. That's just classic Slacks.
And as early as the cones, you can see the movement was very, very good. Game 2 is going to go to Slacks and Clarity G as they punch their way out of the semifinals and on to August for the big opportunities. That was a great game for them.
Absolutely. For Slacks and Clarity G, it's better late than never. For us right now, I want to go to Kelly on the desk to see what's up.
Thank you so much, Shio and MDF. And Slacks was definitely not slacking there. Once Clarity went down, he knew exactly what to do in that 1v2 situation.
This is phenomenal. There was one point where we tuned in with him. I think it was that 8th zone. And he had 50 builds. Like, I feel like that is the most amount of materials we have seen anybody have on one single person throughout any of these moving zones that we've seen. The qualifiers, semifinals, anything. Like, they were just so healthy, and that allowed them to get this high ground retake so late into this game. But then, Kelly, you mentioned it. Slacks is so clutch. Finishes this game off with 7 eliminations, and he times it perfectly. You notice that Clarity G, yeah, he slips down, he falls down a little bit, does get knocked. But right before he's able to get eliminated fully, pops down, he shows his presence, and he wins the 1v2, Jacob.
Yeah, and honestly, what makes this even more special is this duo. Well, first of all, I forgot they even were still here. I thought they would have qualified. They were one of my earlier predictions in the earlier semifinals. But I do believe, and I could be wrong, but I do believe this is their first win in the set lobby this season. So this is a big win for them, and it comes off the back of a huge changeup because I talked about same semifinals where I predicted them, that Logjam Lotus drop spot, switched it up altogether. They take the triple heal, so they're adapting on the fly like we want to see a lot of the other teams do.
Once again, big shout outs to that team right there. Going to be joining Degen and Pledge in the finals in August. So excited to see how they're going to be playing. And let's take a quick look at our leaderboard right now, seeing if Crazy's team made it into the top 10 right now. And I don't think they did just yet. But, I mean, we saw kind of how they worked in that last game right there, taking height, but only had a few builds left, and that's why they did end up having to drop down. So maybe they'll be able to break into our top 10 in the next game there. But we do have Serbsky and Freeze. Freeze having an incredible solo clutch in that game.
I think this is round 2, right? Like we saw in game number 1, actually one of them was left as a solo, picking up some points there, but now it's going to be on the back foot of Freeze, getting so many eliminations in the end game, making sure they do hold that top 6 consistency. We saw them after game number 1. They were in second place. Now, though, on top of the consistency leaderboard in first place. And again, listen, Serbsky goes down. There were a couple missed shots here. MDF was calling it like, hey, you hit the third one and the fourth one, though. You cleaned it up. And he kept running with it, Jacob.
Yeah, ice in his veins, fire in his heart. That's just all passion, fueling him all the way. Back-to-back end games as well. This is the type of cushion that we're looking for. Even if you don't win the games, 2 ways to qualify. Second one is going to be that leaderboard top 6.
And obviously, we do have to look at some of our other teams right here. Mason and NPen currently sitting in second place. It's actually a tie for first place right now at 75 points. And you can see the separation between second and third is quite large right there. Although Kicks and Sphinx still doing a pretty good job. Haji and Suji are going to be jumping up 13 placements, Jacob.
Yeah, but I'm looking at their 10th place, moving up 12th. My pick, Glace and Elite. Shy Wager picked them as well. We got the double confidence in these guys. They had not such a good start in game number 1, but like I mentioned, Peterbot and Bilo, they qualified with 0 points in game number 1. These guys can definitely do the same.
Yeah, very, very good. And also, listen, I got to talk about Mason and NPen because that game was so good from them. We actually saw them make a south rotation, and they got into a fight with Accept and Snape towards the southern side of the map, picked up really quick eliminations on that duo, so they had Storm Surge throughout the rest of the game, and that kind of allowed a solo clutch actually to come out of NPen with that grapple glove, picked up so many elimination points. That's why he is still in that second place position right now on the leaderboard.
Well, if we're talking about second place, we have to talk about the team that got second place in that last game, and currently they're in 17th. Not the best, but look how many placements they've moved up. 26. That's crazy and revised. However, Jacob, I was just talking about it a moment ago. It seems like they took height without having the resources that they needed.
Yeah, just a little too soon without the resource. But you can see what they were trying to do with Crazy's loadout. They were trying to put down pressure on the lobby, and if they found themselves elimination, they could easily try to drop down and clean up all the resources, including that siphon that they would have got. But unfortunately enough, they played their cards. It wasn't the right hand that they wanted to play, but they made the best of it.
I mean, still a pretty good hand, right? Second place is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, this pretty much just comes down to how close these lobbies really are. One shotgun shot at the end there. It could have been a completely different story. We could have saw crazy GGs going through to the finals, but, you know, instead, still, Slacks and Clarity G phenomenally played out of them. I love the fact that you mentioned that strategy, though, from Revise. Double Stinger SMG. They had so much ammunition at that point. And then, like, one zone later, they're just completely out. So they definitely utilized it. Got them that second place. Next time, though, maybe if they had a couple more SMG bullets to use, they could have clutched that up.
Do you think that, though, they should have stayed to the low ground, maybe found some drops there to grab some more of those builds and then tried to take high? Or was that the best play they could have made?
I do believe that could have been an opportunity for them because, honestly, we've seen it happen so many other times when you try to hold high ground for a little bit too long without the resources in which you're mentioning. You get dropped down low, and then somebody else is just waiting with the mats to win the game, just like Clarity and Slacks. Even though they didn't take high ground, those mats that they had were crucial.
Well, Clarity and Slacks is our second team to move on to the finals here through VRs. Who will the third be? Well, game number 3 is going to find out, so let's head on over to our casters.
Game 3.
Thank you, Kelly. That's right. Game 3 will definitely let us know who's going directly to the finals. Let's not forget the stakes. 6 is the bar. You got to jump over if you want to make it. This is the last chance.
Absolutely. VRs, you rock them in as well. You go straight all the way over to the finals, top 6. It's starting to solidify, but this halfway point, that's where we really see which teams really want this more than everyone else.
That's right, and those crushing second places are what's going to be hurting the most here today. I mean, you see it. It happens time and time again. There's always going to be the one big victor. There's always going to be that team that is going to have to fall short. For Revise, he hit the blind spot. Slacks was just so smart with the positioning. I loved what we saw play out, but that's what we expect from our veterans.
Absolutely. For Mason and Enpen, too, talking about heartbreaking second type of place finishes. Their first overall, it seems like when it comes to just the way they're playing today, I want to see how else they can do in this game.
Here it is. We don't have to wait much longer. Game 3 is here. Let's jump on to the battle bus to see what is in store for us. What kind of action is going to play out here? The early game should be the typical run-of-the-mill types of battles. We already know Synapse Station's the hot spot. Last game's upset. Pams through Thatch, falling immediately to Laxo and Maxo there up at the high positioning tower. That is the one I want to see the most for sure. But with this battle bus coming south, these teams are going to be touching down first.
Condo Canyon up in the business. I'm liking this from Serbsky. Very cool drop. Double mantle up for the chest. Don't see that tech every day. Zervo up in these games too, and he's going to be taking out Revise. So it's him and Skolds, and Zervo did have the long range type of beams. If you remember these guys from, I believe, Qualifier 1, I think they might have been up against Muzz Playify, and they kept doing this back and forth control type of game, using Skolds as base or just bait, and then Ozorvo. It's kind of that fisherman overall, taking every shot, seeing how the entire lure plays out. Conman, Cyrus, X-Step, Snake, though, don't think there's as much strategy here. This fight overall just seems like a ticking time bomb for me, Monster. It's all about who ends up striking first.
We'll see how it plays out here. Synapse Station, of course, the back and forth spot for the contest station. Snake and X-Step have been the favorites if you count the fact that they're winning the drop, but for the most part, they haven't been able to do much with it. And we know most teams that get gifted early game fights and today's current day and age, I mean, they do pretty well in the mid game, and then they turn things around. It's not like before. Everyone's on the move now.
A lot more mobile. It was Enpen and Mason last time, as you mentioned, that roll by and take those big hits and shots. They realize now there is a timer on this fight. Synapse not going to be the biggest advantage to have, especially in this type of zone either. We're pulling a little bit more towards the north. The mountains, the lakes, the hard portions of the game, they're all in play. Cyrus and Conman, yeah, the desperation is seeping in now. It's not only them, except and Snake realize they have to start to make some splits. They have to start to get cerebral. That's exactly what they're going to be doing, using their brains. Thing is, though, this happened in the first game. They could not really find Conman in time. It took them forever. I'm wondering if they're just willing to let go.
Yeah, and that was the thing. They stood here because they had somewhat of the zone coming this way, but you saw what happened. You had more experienced teams. Enpen, Mason, roll down and roll through. I mean, their draw spot, like straight up. And that was the reasoning they didn't really play it out. So the last two games, strategy a little shaky, worse for wears. Enpen and Mason talking about that team that we're highlighting right here. They have this reality tree here that they play off of, and of course this entire facility. It's a great spot for the most part. You can see it puts together, pieces out a pretty solid loadout, well-rounded in all compartments, and then they move on. And look how adaptable they've been. Sometimes they go to Rocky Reels, other times Synapse Station. Now the zone's going north, they're heading that way. So they have a strategy for everyone. And that little bit of unpredictability of how Mason Enpen is going to be playing, that dynamic style, that's important, and it's working very well for them clearly.
Yeah, lots of elims, lots of spots to be able to get him too. Goggles also in those spots towards the end game. They're looking pretty consistent. The fact that Mason Enpen get that version of, I believe that's Butter Barn either. Someone can correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but they have so much metal to be able to use as well. They have a lot more loot, I think, from that variety as well. Remember, every time you see a tree on a POI, kind of like Shuffle Shrines, Logjam Lotus, it changes every single game. So for them over there, they'll also have those changes. Very different types of way to loot those POIs, different types of advantages in terms of mats that are available too. This is one that doesn't really shift too much. It's going to be fine. For Sus and Haji as well. We'll be rocking through the Sanctuary. It's anything but peaceful out here today. Lots of fights back and forth.
Haji and Sus right now have the Sanctuary, but you can see They don't have the surrounding area. There's a lot of interest starting to hover around. But they're content right now as they're starting to loot together. And keep in mind that the Sanctuary is a very interesting spot. It's in a divot. So there's a lot of angles, a lot of sneaky plays to ambush you if you're inside the Sanctuary. Very interesting place to play out. Kicks and Sphinx, however, on the other side, farming up their most important bits of material here at the Tilted Tower. I like how you said this is a spot that doesn't change, but I guess it's what it depends on what lens you have on. You know, every season. I mean,
it's changed quite a bit. It hasn't been there sometimes either. You know, I'm thankful for it to exist.
Of all the tilteds, though,
yeah,
which one?
Neo, easily.
Neo,
100%.
The mobility,
the amount of mats, the amount of loots, the action. The entire season 2. A real one too, though. If you realize why I'm saying this, Tilted Town was a good variation too.
Tilted Town was fire.
End games, yeah, I understand, kind of chaotic, but you could always find a way. In those seasons, it was tough to get a pump. You could always rotate through there. Easy ammo, easy AR, easy pump. I'm kind of sadistic, so I like the town.
And that was also when shockwaves were in play to get up on some cool spots. There was a little parkour sections.
Yeah, I mean,
if you really knew the drop, Tilted Town was a lot of fun for sure. But now zero builds everywhere. It's not so special. Mansling will kind of take away the magic, I think, of being able to get to some of those unique locations.
We'll never forget that Season X was here and the world was destabilizing fast. That's the big thing. Glace, Elite are trying to play at that speed as well. Surprising that Ozone's actually finding these fast elims inside the feed as well. That's huge. Usually he's one of the ones that's kind of inconsistent. This is like cannonballs on 2 different pirate ships fighting at each other. It's just, you're not sure exactly if you're going to be able to hit the hull, if a few miss, or if you get short under the water. Elite definitely landing some damage. Same thing for Solo there. Knifey looking at that spot as well. Look at Elite. Not only is he trying to keep other players at bay right now from his big tower, he's paying attention even in the moments that he takes a chance to breathe at who's moving around him. That's huge from this man playing all those angles.
That's right. But these are 2 separate teams in the distance. So Deer Roller, Knifey have to be very, very careful. Those sides are hungry for tags. Spark G and Aminish getting back into the mix here. Spark G, who was at the top of the standings before last game concluded, now fallen outside, putting themselves on the bubble. Punishment coming in, though, as they try to set up for the battle here. And you can see that is not the way they wanted to begin this whole thing here. This gives Fuse and Elsa a lot of time to evaluate the positioning here, set up a strategy. And you can see they start doing just that. Actually build out a second layer above, but play very, very quietly in the catacombs.
His posture tells me that there is a controller in play unless he has his hands very close to each other on that keyboard and mouse. At the same time from Elsa and Fuse, something a little bit more relevant. They're playing for the second time, I believe, so far this weekend. Yesterday, rocking in, trying things out for a few games. They had a little bit of their heads above high water, looking nice over the lobby, but that was just some of those initial games that came crashing right back down. So let's see what they got on their second chance. Walkers and Shadow. I am not sure where to put these guys on a tier list monster when it comes to just this FNCS.
It's tough.
Right? And the first qual looks so good overall, or like, you know, in the quals in general, a force to be reckoned with. Maybe even last FNCS, a force to be reckoned with. In these semis, though, it just feels like it's that when the roller coaster goes down type beat.
Yeah, and when you start weighing up what they've done across the seasons, right? They've made multiple finals. It's like they got to finals and they unlocked that tier. It's like you get over the hurdle and it became easier for them to do it again and again. And now we're seeing like the meta shift, the games change, but it doesn't quite excuse them from their qualifier 1 and 2 performances. And that's what makes it very interesting, because now, yeah, maybe that wasn't the setting for them, but here we are, a fast-paced environment where Walkers has been shining and Shadow is just so mechanical. Very, very good. You saw what he was doing yesterday. So it is hard to put them in a spot.
Tough to quantify, maybe the fundamentals of a shaky, maybe the experience in terms of drop spots.
But they are a new team. They're both young.
Absolutely.
They're both fresh.
The best thing about them, I feel like, is just the way they adapt to every situation. You put them in these tough spots, they at least have a fighting chance when going down. So it's very nice to see how much of a fight is left in them in those tough spots. Sometimes it takes them all the way to a win. Other times, second place, depending on the overall round. These guys have to have some breaths left in the lungs, some fight just left in their spirit. Smite Larson, once again, 7th. now on day 3, still not qualified.
Smite and Larson, they're starting to get inside that same bucket. Where do we put you guys? We see moments of meteoric rise and greatness, and then today, tough. Game 1 was pretty solid. Game 2, off the beat. Here we are in Game 3 here. Semifinals weekend. This is NA East. Probably the quietest we've had in quite some time, so at any moment now, things are going to get very explosive once teams start getting that update and they figure out, okay, where do we stand? And the threshold drops down to 64. We're at 81. It's a very steep fall that's coming in hot. Majority of our teams are going to be feeling it. Once that zone concludes, the first iterations of placement points will start to be given out.
Sphinx is looking for his shots all around. Kind of surveying tilted overall for him and Kicks. I feel like when this lobby was a little bit more hustling and bustling on day 2, they found a way to get into some of these fights, be that third-party Tonka truck train that was just driving around this map. They were getting involved in every single build, bulldozing right through. Sphinx would not stop holding that W key. Unfortunately, when things are a bit more spaced out now, right? There's more bases involved, and there's more patient players like NPen and Mason controlling the flow of the game. Sphinx's strategy doesn't work as much. And right now, Walker, the duo we were talking about, him and Shadow, they're being targeted by NPen. Once again, just like water inside, a vase, they can easily adapt, flow away from the shots, be able to put down the builds and get out of the sight lines of this duo.
They make it to that big rock there as well to recycle. Here it is. Elsa infused this fight. Was inevitable. We know. And Yu was going to break out. It ends quickly with 2 eliminations. But there's multiple teams nearby. Everyone's starting to hover around now. Like fish coming to feed in the big seat. It's Maxo and Loxon. We didn't see Pamsto and Thatch. We'll see once we jump into their perspectives. Okay, no elimination, so we can assume Pam and Thatch can still be up right now, but they're 35 damage below the surge here. They're a team that have to fight. We see what they can do. They can take out some greats, but that's an early game. What happens when they're fully looted and booted, and the other team is too?
Have to wait to find out for the moment. The damage doesn't matter what the loot's looking like. It's dictated by how much action you're really putting forward into this game. Not sure really where these guys are right now, but in terms of overall surge, not good, and everyone else around them, it seems like they're in that same exact spot.
Look at this. There's a team right in front of them, so we'll find out what they can do with it. Jack and Nosh also just barely above, have to fight for it. Chuck Barrel comes down to get some heals. We'll see if they go for some open exchanges. They're probably going to have to. Might as well start now nice and early while this thing's active down low. Here it is. They do go for it. Let's see if they can break open these builds here. Meanwhile, back on over to Serbsky and Freeze, our team that's definitely in the lead right now with the points.
They're looking for something. They haven't done too much just yet to set themselves apart from the pack inside this portion of the game. Now they're kind of getting skewered in shish kebab mode for Freeze and Serbsky, and they turn off the grill with that armored wall.
They're below the surge right now. They're going to have to push this team in front of them. 8 seconds. Make it 5. Here they go. The edit comes in. He was ready for that, though. Freeze was smart. I like that he knew it was coming. He put the cone down, took the wall as well. Now the fight breaks out. Another ramp goes in. This gives him a little more room, but the closer and closer he gets, the more dangerous the territory becomes. There it is. The shot comes in. Freeze doesn't find anything. They have to back up and potentially fully heal here. And the longer they wait, the more and more they slip down. And this other team, Shiesty, Convicted, waiting for the fight to break out. Convicted, eyes on the teams around him. That's still Serbsky trying to swing around here. Looking for a better angle. They swing back. Freeze finally gets a tag there. That's a great change for Freeze. That's what he was looking for there. Big shots, big trades. It's exactly what he needs. Mind you, there are still many, many other teams under surge here, so everyone's in a world of problem. Pamsto and Fatch being one of those ones, but Fatch wins the fight. He clutches up here, and in time to save Pam.
It's only a true clutch if your duo mate is able to stay alive.
Uh-oh.
D-roller, knife feet, when they want something, they get it, and right now, it's this duo's loot. It's their bodies, clutch, armored wall, the loot's still there too, and now D-roller's also affected by some people coming in late from the storm. You know the meta. Now it plays out inside this game. It's a bunch of people rolling in late. I'm wondering if they got a shot off on someone down below, because I see, yes, Pamsto is knocked again. Fatch will try to go for it. D-Roller's not stopping. Another armored wall, I think, almost coming in. No. It's sent it over from Fatch. He has to go for this fight. Trapped over here right now. No duo is able to help him out. No one is saving you this time, Fatch. At least that's what it looks like for the moment. Storm now starting to move. D-Roller's locking in for it. These guys are ruthless. This is just rude. Savage from D-Roller and Knifey. Not an ounce of respect for the teams around them. I actually like that a lot, but that's going to cost them too. Karma. It works both ways. They stay a long time for this fight. They're now down bad on the timing of their rotation.
That's crazy, but I respect the defense from Fatch. And now Pamstel's up. The splashes come down. They're fully in the motion right now to play this one out. What a battle between 8th and 15th. And now it reinitiates here. D-Roller and Knifey, of course, not forgetting what just happened. That shield crack is a huge one for them to really open things up. And they're safe. They don't have to move just yet. They'll have time. Tags coming in from the side team now. D-Roller trying to see if he can get more, but no. They get above him. Knifey's up there to fight that one by himself. Fast jumps over. Pamstel, of course, trailing behind.
You really sense the desperation here from D-Roller. The fact that he's still looking up, looking to just maybe even chop away at a few of these blocks. He's never really going for eliminations just like this. Serbsky freeze, one of the most interesting types of rotations and strategies I've seen so far today. They take their time moving into the storm. They're taking a lot of damage doing that too. This is the second game I've seen freeze just late. Maybe since they get these vantage spots, a lot of the times when people are right beside that circle, they don't build behind them. But Serb is the one who's now left in the pass. Freeze will find them, turning into fossils, into stone. They're not going to be moving out of that spot soon.
And it's second place who's there to snipe it up. They pick up all the loot. They're now well above the surge, and just like that, first and second exchange blows. And it's going to work out. And no, 13th is going to fall there. Tahi and Bank, Loot Lake not working for them.
Pamstel and Fatch finding fuel for their fire.
That is
they're able to,
Tahi and Bank.
yeah, they're able to just get those eliminations, able to get that loot back in the box, back in their souls, are ready to play for Sphinx and Kicks 2. Fuel in their engine. Sphinx always needs just one elimination. Get things going. He has it now. He's got that full refresh. We just saw Kicks go way back in the storm to pick it all up. Nosh and Jack will kind of be the border guards to see if Sphinx and Kicks are allowed to move from their spot behind them. They actually don't even care. They want to move first. Forget being security. They want to be the boss.
Now remember, this is their draw spot, but I'm so curious as to how they managed to waste this much material, being that they quite literally land here and normally have the prime positioning with the mountains. Jack fighting everyone on the outer edge here. Quackle had a great day so far. Doesn't want to lose the momentum now. They survived some of the most difficult portions of the round so far. Chewy and Taco also maintaining their pacing right now. So you got 4th, 5th, and 7th all on top of one another, breathing down one another's territories and necks. Now swinging around. Taco doesn't find anything. It's time to move on. 40 seconds here before they get up into this new safety zone. But look, it's already built out. It's already fully healed as well. It's just waiting for them. So this lurking play to the backside of the zone is very, very interesting. They want a refresher because if they can get it, they can potentially win the game.
The desperate teams move slowest. This is the traffic jam of rotations that we're watching.
I like that.
In this game's highway. This is tough for Taco. He's climbing up looking for a few shots. Even that one doesn't put him all the way above. It'll cost him a lot of the shields too. Still committed all the way onto it. His opponent inside that box is not going to find much for now. Jelly going down. Azurvo also not making it at this point in the game. Taco's not all the way in. Chewy's trying his best to maybe find something on the Flupid. Nah, she's forced people outside the tilted buildings. Crazy shots there. Taco finally drops down. He's going inside the storm to find these angles. It's huge. A big shield crack, but he's taking even more damage in total. Up to just 51 HP. This is going to be tough for him to move out of. One burst shot. He is down.
3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th are the only teams that pull zone right now. So all the teams that have the consistency, the points, they're right here. They're in this bundle. And it's a bundle of problems right now as Taco and Chewy have exhausted their material to try to hunt down the team that was there. They get away. It was rapid. And now look at this. Look at Shore. Look at Zypha. They're below the surge as well. It's no wonder they were waiting so far behind the storm there to try to sneak away anything, catch someone off guard, but Taco and crew were just on point. There it is. Shots come in from the distance. Down he goes. Zypha has to fight. No need to play for the save now. I don't even know if the math is right here, but 40 HP, 2 ticks of Storm, 10 seconds on that. Every 3 is a tick from the Storm. No, you're done, buddy. You'll get taken out.
There he is. Mathematics falls past, yeah. Zypha's gone. That's the Jack as well. Jack and Nosh looking so good to just control so many people around. Because of all these eliminations, all these points, they're up in 3rd place, passing by Quaco and Poopin now. A bunch of people on the north side still having trouble moving in. We thought the south was slow. Check out the people moving in from the hills. They're not even ready to move out of their boxes yet. Quaco, one of those south teams, almost center circle now. That's going to be huge for zone number 5. They're trying to go for even more. Why is that? It's because they're low on Surge. They have to find someone around them on their lair. It is Shadow, and we know he's hurt.
That's what I was going to say, too. Shadow and Walkers, you know, they get tested again here. They get tested again. Excellent job by Shadow right now to land the first 2 tags. It's looking good for Quaco right now. He has to be weighing his options here. Is it worth trying to finish this team off? Not quite. The Surge moves on, but they're going to be knowing at this point, from here forwards, if it turns on again, they're going to be in big trouble as they're just barely above. Now for User and Illis, we've tuned in with them all throughout the weekend. Couple moments of top 10 potential. They haven't managed to quite pull through. Here it is. Grapple Gloves come out. They make this big move. They just have a single heal, at least on User's perspective. And he's another team right here that has to fight soon.
Difference in their rotation too. Illis climbs while User slides. He takes the damage. He's on the lair that's dangerous. They're now all the way back up. Have to make sure they're sticking side by side. Sphinx going for height. Quaco's there too. They both really want it. Quaco's not sure exactly what's happening yet. There is a Pharaoh all the way up top above him. They're gonna be forced all the way over the second height for now. Kicks and Sphinx want to go from second all the way to the finals. They want this VR. They want to rid themselves from the semifinals lobby.
It's about time for Sphinx and Kicks, I think. They've been really dominant this weekend, but of course, falling just shy. Being one of the few teams that was just outside that conversation last game, always being the toughest for most. D-Roller misses the entry point from the teammate, and it costs him a lot, but at least not the HP there. He is completely out of mats, however. Quaco is in another fight here, 300 below. It's it. This is it. It's all or nothing as he jumps in.
Quaco completely just giving up the fight for height for now. Well, they'll work on just survival as the zone kind of bounces back to where everyone had their old bases, so this is just going to be kind of filling in a crossword puzzle, finding the answers. You have a few hints. You know which goals are yours. Get to them. Find those edits. Reuse as many mats as possible. Nosh down in the water. There's nothing familiar for him here. This is all new environment. Jack, though, building up a bit for him. He gets a little bit of buoyancy to be able to just float down here. Speedgod just pops off in the feet. Joe now down. Rabbit trying to find out exactly what happens. Look at Sphinx and Kicks, though. No damage taken. Quaco's still there on high ground. All they have to do is just wait a little bit. Keep dealing as many blows as possible to the people below them. They should be good. They're running out of steam, though. No mats on that side. Epoxy down, too, so it's all up to Speedgod right now to push this forward.
That's right. Edus sitting back here. Quaco now loses teammate. Blue Pit is down by himself. He's out. Quaco looks for anything. No edit, no wall there. He can't even take it. And there it is. A quick glance and misses the shot. The wall comes up and he follows up. There it is. The knock's there, but no time to get the finish. That's on to Bobby. Glaze there will get the full confirmation. Can he grab the loot? Can he get those masks? That's what matters here. No. He's going to have to abandon those as there's a team above him putting in their perspective.
Kind of getting reeled out of the water now, all the way back over to the town. Everyone on low ground dragged back into shore. Larson and Smite, they stay above it. As a duo, still strong. With Mats, they have some power to be one of those last teams on low ground in the game. We've seen how these end games go down. All this chaos you see in the mid ground, it clashes. This high ground team, they stay dry. Sphinx and Kicks to stay up here, but they're running on fumes. Neither player with any mats.
Dowd and Bryce, though, on the low ground, 5 elims. It's a big game for them. They're in second right now off of the consistency alone here. And a top 8 overall. There goes the mat split, so Dowda has something to work with. But how much? It gives him 5 builds. Okay, it's something here. Meanwhile, Peacock's just on the run, trying to stay up. He gets trapped up in the cone. Can he escape? The zone bounces back a moment, an opportunity. But that edit comes in. It's Larson and Smite here, but the distraction from above They will not be able to get the elimination. That was so free, little did they know.
P-Deuce with the P-Lot armor there inside that box. Perfect timing for him to be able to get out. 8 teams now though remain. Him almost being one of them. Wanted Rihan. This is not going to be a long-range beam. This is a box you don't control. Edits now will start to come in from Larson and Smite above. They're looking to just lightning strike anyone down below, but Smite is not finding the charge. Everyone close to each other. Not a single shot being formed. Final clash though on a higher mid-ground layer. Larson and Smite start to drop lower and lower towards the floor. Every single layer, a new challenge for them, but it's completely in the dark. They have no idea what's around. It's Smite on one side, taken down, cleaved by half HP. Larson and Smite still back to back as they defend against 3 different teams.
Smite's walling out though. He just goes inside the storm. He is so hungry to chase down the elimination. Meanwhile, P-Deuce gets doubted there. The zone does the rest. The full finish is in. And he still has the most mats, but he gets finally shut down in a top 4 clutch performance for him. That's huge. Smite and Larson, a duo up and alive right now. There are other duos everywhere on high ground and ultimate low. So this is a clean 2-2-2 on all the layers.
Elite and Glaze have also been here before. The longer the day goes, the more they have a chance to falter. They want to escape as fast as possible before Game 6. And Heights and that middle ground fight, it starts, it ignites, it's almost over. Glaze and Elite, it's enough. They wait, they find their chance, and they're going to the finals.
More and more vets continue to punch their way out of the semis today, finding that golden ticket that was stuffed in the pocket. Not lost though. Here they are. Glaze manages to pull through there in the end. Take a look from his perspective one more time. He hears the fight. They make the edit. They hit the shots, and it's all amongst this distraction. And just like that, Glaze and Elite will be our Game 3 winners.
Yep, no power outages today for Elite. No mistakes overall from Glaze on missing a few builds. They're going straight to the top. And what a way to do it with that VR. Tilted towers, low ground with the water and the storm. That's a tough spot to win from Monster.
Not only that, just overcoming day 1 problems, day 2 problems, but here it is, day 3, third time's the charm.
Hey, magic lucky number, I guess. Divide 7.5 and take away 0.5. Enough of the math from us. Let's count up the standings and everything else with Kelly, Vivid, and Jacob.
Thank you so much. 3 games down, 3 to go there, and obviously Glaze's team taking that 3rd VR, Jacob.
Yeah, I'm ecstatic. I'm happy. It took them only 3 games today, which is a huge turnaround because we talked about it. Semifinals day number 1, they only played 3 games, and that's impressive to say the least.
Listen, we talked about it before. You know, they made some mistakes yesterday. They were very, very close to clutching up, getting into the finals. They made one mistake, though, where they didn't close their back. But look at this. They were the ones, you know, engaging on other teams. The only thing that they were looking forward to was straight ahead of them, and they closed it out beautifully. And we love this. We've seen this so many times throughout these semifinal games where teams that are on the low ground, they're doing very, very well in materials. They're getting those constant refreshes, just sort of end up waiting until this high ground fight seems to happen. And Smite and Larson, in this case, were the initiators of this. They wanted it. They wanted to close the game out here, but it costs them so much. Glaze and Elite, though, they take full advantage of it and get the VR out of it.
That's a perfect example, though, to kind of rewind to the top of the show. You asked me the question, what are the benefits of low ground? That's the perfect benefit. You're able to recycle the match, last long towards the end game, and like you said, when all the players are dropping down low to try to pick up the eliminations, they were just cleaning up like janitors to get themselves to the finals.
And as you can see, we now have half of our teams that are going to be making their way into the finals through the VRs. But which teams are in contention for that top 6 spot? Well, here we have it. Kix and Sphinx taking up that first place spot, a 10-point difference with Freeze and Serpsky, and still a tie for second place right there. Mason and Impen do drop down 2 points, but still they're looking pretty good. Bricks and Nosh now jumping up 6 points into our top 6. Nosh and Jack, they're going to be in 5th place. And then, of course, D-Roller and Knifey. Every time, Vivid, it looks like they're right there.
They're so close. We haven't seen like a very, very good game out of them yet, but they are showing us a little bit of consistency here. And honestly, it's on the back foot, though, of Serbsky and Freeze. And then also Mason and Enderman kind of having a subpar game, but they are still, you know, tied at 79 points right here, Jacob.
Yeah, but honestly, they have to go through Sphinx and Kix throughout this game. They held the high ground. They put pressure on a lot of those teams and even forced that altercation to where at the end, Glaze Elite were able to pick it up. But these are the valuable points. This is that valuable pressure that's honestly giving them the confidence, because even though they didn't win this game, it gives them the confidence to know that their game plan is working.
Yeah, and very early on here into this 9th zone, we can see out of materials still making it all happen. And this is where Smite and Larson kind of decided, hey, listen, we want it. But Sphinx and Kicks put up a pretty good fight, but they cannot finish it out against a very healthy duo, one that is waiting on the sidelines of Glaze and Elite.
So a lot of the highlights showcase what to do at the end game and how these pros play it so well. But the early game is what determines all of that, Vivid.
Yeah, and one team that's been playing their early game very, very well, it's got to be Mason and NPen, Jacob. And I want to go ahead and kind of highlight what's going on. And I also want to point out that FNCS isn't about just the qualifiers, the semifinals, things that we have been looking over. It's about the grind, going into scrims and showing teams that you deserve what you want. I'm going to look at Mason and NPen over here. They're in a split drop. Look at this. You're like, David, are you sure that's the same team? I swear they're the same team. They are just so respected on this region and for a good region that they get this much loot out of this split drop. So, and they're able to do this. Jacob, we saw it game number 2 because they are willing to take fights and fight for it. Xcept and Snake in a straight up 2v2 box fight situation, they go down. So teams have to be afraid of this duo over here.
Yeah, and honestly, that statistic about more and more game wins are coming out of these unnamed POIs, these split drops, and look at how much loot. Even though they're just moving all around, they finally reunite with each other, but it's just they're scrounging up everything from the different biomes as well, so they're getting all the material that they need, the different variations.
Yeah, it's really, really great, and it's working so well for them. They're allowed all this space, and then even around them, they can make rotations anywhere they want, east, west, north, south. It's working so well for them. And you can see here, this is where some of that loot is coming from, and it's crazy because look at this. NPen is over here in a desert biome, and then Mason is so far away, completely different biome over by that Greasy Grove area. And we know the teams are landing over there, but they know that Mason and NPen as well are landing over there, but still, they're not going for the fight because they know how good Mason and NPen are, and that is why they're able to stay so consistent and make every single end game.
Great words from our 2 analysts right there. And again, everyone, I do want to reiterate that this is game number 4. We are halfway done with the competition, and this is it, the final semifinals. So these teams now are going to have to start heating up if they want to make it. But with that all being said, let's head on over to our casters, MDF and Shio.
Game 4.
Casting the game is one thing, playing it with these players, looking at everything that's going down, that is where all the action is, Monster. Right now, 3 more games. We're past that halfway point. I can't wait to see what's next.
Yeah, it is an explosive drop for everyone. Pamps and Fatch managed to survive their drop. That was a lucky one for them, as you saw Maximum Loxit have troubles with Surge in the mid-game. Troublesome stories, though, for other teams down low. But I'm looking at Chewy and Taco now, who are starting to figure out their formula, come together, and earn big points. It's looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, they're pushing. D-Roller as well as in the business in these mid-game type of fights, all the way towards the end as well. He's looking nice, but tunnel vision, it's a huge thing these players have to overcome. The game's getting started.
That's right. No tunnel vision for us. We're here. We're on time. Let's get on the battle bus. Let's jump into game number 4 of the FNCS semifinal stage here. It's been a long, grueling set of weeks to get to this point. And after multiple failures and many successes as well, here we have it. Just 3 more opportunities in front of us. A couple more spots are up.
Accepting Snake rocking in Synapse Station.
To themselves?
Yep, looking fine now with a few more teams qualifying all around the map. These contested spots will start to drop in number as we keep moving forward throughout the day. I like this from Accepting Snake, though. They're going to be able to now switch how they even attempt to drop at the spot. They see on the glide in that it is going to be uncontested. They immediately spread apart.
Shiesty Convicted, one of those teams that was contesting those general areas. They're landing back towards the Jones, but look at this. Blizz and Sin get a little space themselves, but Revives and Crazy G's are starting to hover into their loop pass, as is Scolds. What is going on here?
I mean, this is exactly where Scolds and Osorbo like to land.
Just an invasion.
Unfortunately, every time we do see this week after week, Scolds gets there in the first game, is able to trip mans up after the fact. If it's Crazy, if it's Muzz, doesn't matter. They find the pattern, they break it down, and they take out the trap before it's sprung.
Crazy GG's off to a hot start here, puts him on the bubble. This conversation for them right now is, can they play consistent enough to at least have a striking shot for top 6 in the end? Victory Royale doesn't present itself by then.
Then you're in trouble. Then it's like, what do we even do? Zervo, though, only knows, I guess, One little trick is to go on top of that hill, look for a few shots. That's exactly what he's gonna do. Diminish, Spark G. This is where the fight kind of overall starts, the Daily Bugle. And this is where Diminish finishes people inside the box. That's what you like to see. Edge and Sin, they're gonna go down fast this time.
This drop spot didn't start off contested today either. Daily Bugle was completely free for a moment after game one. The stories are starting to adapt and starting to adjust here. Polo and Sneaky have also been in the battle round after round as well. They've met their match this time though. Johnny been pretty decent. It's a 1v1. Both sides have something to work with. Johnny's crazy for sitting there. He waits that one out. Nerves of steel as he doesn't make a move, but Johnny now is in a 2v1 situation. Meanwhile, his teammate's body's still down there.
I mean, this is a scary type of loadout to be able to fight against. Epic Striker Pump. AR in tow as well. Big shot from Johnny. Sneaky has to back up inside the builds. Dude, there's a timer on this one. Johnny needs to finish it. Sneaky, playing patient. Polo as well from that spot. Doesn't really want to overbuild, over-edit, overshoot. Johnny's slipping and sliding up inside these builds. There's about 10 seconds for him to wrap up this fight. Don't think that's humanly possible with the spot that he's in right now. No builds. When will Polo figure it out? I mean, he's not even tall enough to go see exactly what's going down. He doesn't have builds of his own either. Both these teams are just down astronomically.
Well, Goo gets finished there. He'll be able to get the resources picked up and farmed off of him. Johnny's just waiting up top, buying time, but we already know this spot's been literally third-partied just about every time a fight here breaks out at some point or another, and you can see teams already starting to get closer and closer. Polo and Sneaky finally single them out. Now they try to make the commitment again here. Material count so low, like ammo, barely any. And they still go for the fight on the other side. Encrypted's in the battle. His teammate's down, and now he's off to a clean one-on-one. But Polo still has unfinished business here with Johnny. Where's his teammate? Where's Sneaky? Finally, Sneaky comes into this equation, into the conversation. He's injecting his perspective here, and it's not heard. Johnny's got his ears closed. He's ignoring all the noise. There it is, finally. It breaks through, and down he goes.
Turning from Coney to Cyclone crossroads because so many teams are starting to ride their way in. Shiesty Convicted also looking for a little bit of action. That Storm Surge, the tags, they matter. It's not going to go good for them, though. Revives, crazy. They had a plan this game. Get to the Joneses, take everyone out, make sure they don't get trapped right off spawn. They flip up so many players. Absorbo still left overall on that space. Chewy and Taco, a duo in focus for us to watch right now. Need to win this fight fast. It's up against Shadow and Walker. It's upside Greasy Grove. Armored Wall's already down, so the defensive options for this team on the other side that's already so weak are running out.
I'm actually very, very interested to see how this plays out because it's clear that Shadows and Walker opted in to take this fight knowing exactly what Chewy and Tabletop are capable of. And just like that, Shadow wins the first one, okay? And then he takes out the second as well. Down goes Chewy. Down goes Fable Taco. Walkers and Shadow end up on top. They jump up 4 placement spots now to top 15. And again, they asked for this battle. They know they are there. They walked in.
They put a timer on it too. I think the biggest thing when it comes to Taco is that the fight is fast, this man can adapt. Shadow Walker, we've seen it every single fight. They take so long. They let it drag out. They find the weaknesses, then they strike. So that's huge. For Kicks and Sphinx, I mean, this has to be the team that's up next, right? A second place rocking in, a heartbreaking loss off of that last one. They want to make sure they're making it to the finals.
And every day they've given us something to talk about, think about, watch play out. And that is why they should do it today. And now we're in game 4. Now we're in the late half. Freeze and Serbsky finding their stride as well. But last game, they didn't really earn themselves anything. They had such a momentous start that they put themselves so far ahead that even after falling and not earning any points last game, they only fall a single spot. So just shows you how well they have had a strategy work out for them the first 2. For Shiesty and Aoxy, the team that given up the Greasy Grove, they go up to the Reality Falls. Now they come south, of course. They're familiar with this area, but they've lost this fight so many times. Yep, he knows better. Bad memories start to settle in. They're like, did that be Chewy and Taco? Yeah, let's get out of here. It's actually just Shadow and Walkers, whom are equally as good right now.
Everywhere I go, I see his face. Those are the thoughts.
Pain.
No chance of these guys rocking by.
I know a guy.
Oh my goodness. They're running away from Greasy for this fight too. This is how much that damage really matters. Really want to get Cyrus taken down. Walkers will be the first one to find him. You can see the builds. Cyrus leaving behind breadcrumbs basically for Walker to keep hunting down. Question is, will it be the lone traveler in the forest that stays alive? Or this man, the hunter, looking to take him down fast. He's kind of looping around now too, so this makes even more time available for Walker and Shadow to have this chase. But keep in mind, zone, not too far away. They can do this for a little while. That first one is just about a one-tip.
You know what they say, don't feed the seagulls. We don't want them here. Shadow and Walkers are on the hook. Those crumbs left behind are enough for them to stay on the bait here and continue to look, but that enemy runs directly into the storm. Cyrus is gone. Shadows gets a couple tags, which is great, but no way, no shot. They're jumping out. It's that storm line to finish that battle, take that solo out. Freeze and Surfsky on the other side continue their rotates on in. They double back to the storm here. Team's right above them. Surfsky's on the backside, but it's not going to matter. It's just Blizz and Sin. They don't pose a threat in the current position that they're in. Dowda and Bryce, however, looking to trade with anyone who's willing to give them the opportunity.
Really weird seeing Freeze outside of the zone there for a second. You know, not surrounded by a purple haze. But I guess he's trying to switch things up game after game as well. Rice and Austin as well. They were looking so good overall. Game number 2. Up high. It looks so good. Who else looks good? I wonder.
You, Shia. You look good. And so does everyone, of course, but also Lockset coming in clutch with this little 1v1 clutch right now in that fight. Beautiful stuff from him, saving his teammate Maxis, so hopefully they'll be able to stay alive. And something that I've noticed throughout all of the games today is a lot of players are carrying just the Striker Burst Assault Rifle and the Striker Pump Shotgun. Is this a little bit of a shift in the meta because, of course, the new surge changes force people to get into some of those engagements and have an extra slot for the heals? We can see Walker's using that extra slot for the grapple glove, so maybe we'll have a look at that.
Okay, so new meta's developing. Us also developing our trust on what's going down in the game onto Mini Miner more and more every single game. I'm liking it.
Keep me up to date, keep us in the loop. NPen and Mason now have a long rotate to make for them. They're one of the few teams that actually have to travel pretty far as this zone favors north, so we'll see if they decide to direct line it in. Knife in D-Lower. Pretty decent game for them. They've jumped back up into this. After round 1, I was afraid that they didn't have the fire underneath the feet, but a little hop, skip, and jump later. Here they are, inside the top 5 right now.
Such a far split. And you can cover so much of the map. At the same time, when you're up together.
They've been getting lucky right here.
Like Jack and Nosh.
I'm telling you.
It's not even luck. It's the fact that they just know. They have so much experience at finding a certain spot. And once they're together, this is the power of being together, you end up bleeding your shots through builds. We saw that happen in the previous game. Nosh specifically, in game number 3, absolutely lethal in that 4th storm. He was taking apart anyone that was editing boxes around him.
So you jump over to Wanted and Rehan, who've also managed to do big things these last couple of rounds here. 2-shot shotgun and a burst is the preference right here, but look at the long moves. They're gonna have to get going. They know it. They wait all the way until the zone starts to move, which is risky because it starts to really put you in a position. Not only do you have to worry about, of course, getting to the zone, but they understand that, yeah, the surge is gonna get active and, you know, are we safe? Are we not safe? You don't exactly know. You can only guesstimate your position. With 76 alive, for them to, I guess, trust in the amount of damage they've done is a telltale sign that they're feeling pretty confident and they haven't had a problem so far.
Every time we say that, every time they haven't had a problem so far, we switch PLDs and the problems come through. in just a minute for Pamsto and Fatch. Scolds, Ozorvo. I'm liking the patience from Ozorvo. Remember, south at the Joneses, Scolds went down instantaneously. Now he's up, back out and about. Chuck splashes, big ammo, damage in tow as well. Looking like he never left.
Elsa and Fuse as well. Great fighters here. We've seen them win a few of these 2v2s early on. This is not where they have most of their problems. They tend to win these battles out. Blizz and Sin are the team that's sitting up above them now. They jump into this conversation. So it's not just a 2-on-2. Now, the 6th and 5th jumping in.
Welcome to Creative Box Fights at the Sanctuary. Take your time. The biggest difference with this map, this mode, this rule is that if you go down, you lose chances at a lot of money in the FNCS finals, right?
Don't come back. No respawn buttons here. Scolds and Azurbo really risking it all right now to jump on top of this. They are 196 below. And you can bet they're going to have to jump in. There it is. He goes for it, but the edit is bad twice in Scolds. Punished. Fuse, the guy, dishing out the statement, taking away the Ethernet cord, ripping away the consoles. You're on timeout.
It's done. Stay in that corner, look at the wall. That's all you can do for now till the next game starts. That being said, lots to do for Fuse, Elsa. Talking about map management, talking about what there is to do next. Is it good to move in early to the next zone? This spot, although there's a lot invested, it looks good. Pay attention to the mini-map. It's not actually all the way in. So both these teams, although they're high and mighty, will have to give up their homes soon. This is just the genius of Nosh. They're going for a chop down. Zuck, you can see it coming, encrypted up top as well. They've ran into just hardships, weird walls, weird spots in the end game. Nosh, there's about 2 more walls here to take down. This one just 1 pickaxe away. He's gonna go for it here, I think. It's not down yet.
It's just a wall. He's got to figure out what piece is holding us together. He's confused. He's like, all right, we spent enough time here. It's time to go. A couple moments. And the reason they really wanted to knock that team down, see if they could catch them off guard, to actually take the fight, force them into being their refresh, getting all the tags for late game, but Encrypted and Crew just managed to luck out.
Liking this adaptation for every team around as well. Unfortunate for Sus. He's not going to be able to have it online all the time. It's the choice of builds they have put out. So when Sus is moving around trees, it's wood. As soon as you see some rock, some brick, he takes out the brick. We just saw that with Nosh as well. Lots of big brick clusters, so he's using those brick walls. Right here, Mason and Enfen probably based up around a lot of brick, and right now they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's going to be a bunch of teams trying to get on their walls. There's 605 above. They do not need these fights, but they realize this is the back and forth. The other teams are going to be desperate, making mistakes when they're so low on the damage. They could be easy pickings, easy elim points. That could be huge on consistency and get into the finals.
Yeah, what's crazy is Joe and Crackley were hoping that NPen was one of those teams that also just needed it. But he was wrong. They're very much situated this game. P-Deuce and Zepoxy. P-Deuce with a crazy clutch last game. Really figuring it out, holding it down. A top 5 for him. Zepoxy fell so early. Now look at this rotate. A great rotate. Plenty of enemy builds to work around here. Saving them a lot. And I like the preemptive builds here. He's playing safe. He's really just precautionate, being very cautious with his builds there. Mason and NPen back over to them as they move to the new zone. Now the problem for them is they're low on heals, starting to run out of material. They don't need the tags, but they need the loot.
Definitely, especially with this type of rotate. So many teams around them. It's going to be tough sticking side by side. Crackley now moving in the storm. With the surge active, they will try to put themselves out as bait for this team. Hopefully not taking too much damage. There's one big knockdown. It's not going to be any of their eliminations, though, or their knocks.
I don't think they care.
It's all good. They just want the mats. Haven't found many yet. And Crackley, he's evaporated and he's nowhere to be found. P-Deuce, we were talking about his damage. He was just about 96 above. He's now way 6 feet below in the ground. It's over for him.
That's Bryce who ends up taking him out after they phase check Bobby and Plur there. Bobby and Plur really drawn the short end of the stick today as they've only main end games as individuals, not necessarily as a full healthy team, and it's really what's holding them back right now. Smite and Larson, different conversation. Last game was huge for them. They both pop up in the end game against Freeze and Serbsky, being one of the few teams in that end game kerfuffle. Of course, we all know who won. Now back on to Serb and Freeze here, though. Find their way through. They find some loot. Nothing specials here, though. But that's desperation, right? Just looking like, hey, is there anything here for us?
I mean, this is the game plan for Freeze and Serbsky. Literally bathed in the storm. Be molded by it as you move. Max rotation, they're still taking it easy. Everyone focused on every single other cluster of team. Nosh, down. They forced Encrypted to just fall as well with that late rotate. Look at what it's cost them. No mats. Barely damage above. Jack with 2 will have to use everything he has in his brain to get by because he has nothing in the physical realm to work with.
Lupin gets tagged up right there as he starts to tail behind Quackle. But they're behind Shadow, they're behind Walkers, Tahi. A lot of big players here in this general corner. Jack's got their attention.
This guy's allergic to sunlight right now. He cannot leave this bush. Forced to put all his builds down too. That wall's gonna take up 2 builds right in front of him. This is it. Like a vampire, he's about to melt in the sun. He goes straight back to the shadows where he kind of belongs for now. He can only hide in the darkness. He cannot expose himself to the outside air.
No mats.
He finds a few here though. How much brick? 50. Oh no. Everyone down here is just absolutely atrocious luck. 2 armored walls put down 2. Beams of sunlight one way. Oh no, hide, Jack, hide. He has to be in the storm. 9 seconds with that med mist. Storm Surge active, he can skip it. But Acro can hear that mist ticking inside the storm. He's wondering what's going down. Jack is running way far away. He's just gonna go to sleep back there in those builds.
I respect though, he earned 2 points off the med misplay. 2 teams were eliminated. He gets past the 25th threshold and then the 24th. So, hey, it was something. Just when you thought it's all over, you play it out. We saw it yesterday, came down to 3 points from 6 to 7. You don't want to be that O-Kiss and Simple type duo that just don't quite make it 2 days in a row. Unfortunately, it seems like they haven't been able to play it out today.
Yeah.
Happens.
All you want to do is stretch every single situation to its max. I like this window that's been edited so long by D-Roller and Knifey, so no one's surprised when they're peeking them. Rehan and Wanted, once again, they are playing a side scroller. They're playing some variation of a game where a dog is throwing ducks up in the air and you're choosing to just shoot them down. It's nice for them. It's simple. It's free to look at these objects in front of them. Anything that moves, it's an easy hit, and no one can contest them at all.
Big fan, big fan. Let's see it. Rehan and Wanted putting those shots down. It's Adinho continuing to make his attacks to the high ground. Hey, I love the effort. You get 17 tries over the weekend to go for height. It only has to work once in the semifinals. This is game 4. This is it. 14 of 17. He's been trying it. User and Illis all looking rough here for our top 10.
Talking about timeouts. This is how one basically looks like.
Put him in the corner, face the wall.
User's just done some bad things in the classroom. Unfortunate. He's not going to be able to go out and play with the rest of the kids all the way inside the Sen game. Capaholic, Adinho.
I like this.
Is this 1 of 17?
I respect it. I respect it so much. And Zone is going to pull south. They have a chance. And what's wild about it, they just crank so early. They don't wait. they just believe.
And they're gone.
Yes, they gotta go.
Way far away. There's already a team that's trying to push all the way up towards height, towards the front side of the zone. Rehan now inside that purple haze. He's gonna find a few things back and forth, but not gonna be too much to hold on to. Concrete, D-Roller, Knifey. They're done with the spotlight. They're done with height for now. They want to survive. It's one of those consistent duos pushing forward. 6th place overall. I say that. Never mind. They skipped that. Once again, they find themselves in the middle of the zone.
Well, we're playing nice. This is it. Time to pop off. User's gonna get taken out there to the hands of Fuse, who needed that loot. D-Roller and Knifey managed to turn the conversation around, get back into the high ground position. They snipe it and snatch it away from the likes of Adinho. It is now theirs, and it's theirs comfortably. They have so much more material than the bulk of the lobby as it seems here. Kicks and Sphinx, though, fighting their way through the mid-ground. It's congested. It's stuffy. Don't really want to be here. Sphinx has a different play in mind. He just ditches his teammate, and Kicks is left on the backside of Storm like, all right, I guess we're going this way. I'll catch up.
For him, it's all about just, he wants to push height. He wants to push in terms of the first place on the leaderboard as much as possible to stay alive, keep going. Walker and Shadow in that same type of situation. They're looking to just stay ahead of everyone else from their position. 12th place overall. Crazy Revive. They've made a move all the way towards the skies. Knifey and D-Roller now in trouble in that top spot once again. Knifey comes crashing down. Crazy also is pushed off. No one can stay up there for free. The builds, there's packs for this duo.
That's been their problem. The problem is that they have not been able to win that high ground fight when a team comes and contests them. They give it up too early. And now NPen and Mason on the low ground, third place here. Consistency has been the name of the game for them. A wall is open, it's left open, and they just get steamrolled and flattened on the low ground. Vanish comes in and they make it look so easy. Blizz is there to just pick up all the loot too. Bryce and Dowda in the meanwhile, happy that they're, you know, immediate competition no longer has an opportunity to earn points here. They have earned so many elims. Shadow and Walker in another end game here. Hot and cold, blue wire, red wire. They've been snipping the right ones every time, buying themselves more and more room. But can they get the full defuse? Here it is. Let's see what XSEP can do right now. Another team that managed to overcome adversity through the early game, contested, now Nomads in the end game situation.
Looking for it, have to chop. Nothing in terms of builds, but their eye is on the clock. Except in Snake moving left, moving way onto the west side of the field, and still finding nothing. D-Roller is back. This man, his hands made of glue.
Nice.
His pump, it shoots true too. It's looking too good for this fourth place team up on the high ground, and they have more in terms of builds. They're still looking sticky. D-Roller does not want to go down. This might be one of the first times we see a solo take this all the way from height, but he's got so much to fight with all the way below him.
It's not gonna be easy. Snake and XSEP alive. Tahi's here too, but Walker's in Shadow is that other threat that's lingering as a full duo. That's healthy, but hold up. Duos get crushed. Tahi fights back. Snake now left by himself. Elsa and Fuse might be the only duo up that can contest, truly contest Walkers here in the low ground, but they have 8 elims. They are living on the mats of the Siphon. A lot of walls open right now, so no one's safe. And here it is, the low ground 2v2 teams eyeing up one another.
One of them on the left, Shadow and Walker, found a pit stop by the fuel pumps. Fuse and Elite, though. Or Fuse and also looking for their next move to make. D-Roller's taking out Snake, so another desperation take at height is going to be stopped. In sight, explosion on the right, Shadow, move, but it's on his advantage, another one, and another one, but it's Walker, no D-Roller, that comes in past the explosion. The cool guy doesn't look at it, he's looking at the finals.
The best part about that, D-Roller fired at the gas station to just really ignite the battle down low, and that could not have ended better. It wasn't a 1v2v2.
Look at this.
It was D-Roller and the gas station versus everyone else. He had the backup when needed most. Take a look right there. The explosion comes in, explodes him, and reveals everyone.
Oh my God.
And he just jumps in, and it's like an action movie. He wasn't even touched.
Cinematic finale, and now the duo is going to the finals. That is the best one I've seen in all of semis. What a creative way for D-Roller to find a teammate in the oil companies, the warlords of the world.
Yeah, it was crazy. That was a great one there. D-Roller and Knifey join Clarity and Slacks. Again, the ones that we were wondering, why are they in these stages, managed to move on through. So we'll leave it to Kelly to give us all the results.
What? I mean, we've seen 1v2s, but that was a 1v4 and an explosive one at that. And you know D-Roller isn't going to be looking back at the semifinals because cool guys don't look at explosions, Vivid.
They do not. They leave him right behind him. D-Roller, what do you mean? This is perfect. And the amount of times I seen D-Roller and Knifey flip-flop between high ground, mid ground. It must have been like 2-3 times this game. Usually you never see a team that has a high ground that loses it, go back up. But no, D-Roller did this multiple times this game. The persistency is what came out on top. And then this one before, I mean, come on. But it's not easy. Look at this. He still has to win his ones, wins that, no problem. But then the IQ comes out. It shows right here. He has the gas station right there. He blows it up. And it's actually crazy because all of these players on the low ground, none of them have builds. And that explosion itself pushes them all out from the safety of their builds. They're all in this crazy, chaotic fight. And D-Roll is just like, hey guys, I'm right over here. Thanks for the victory royale.
Clip it and ship it. That's all I really got to say at the end of that one, because I feel like you will never see a game ending like that again, because 1v4 with the explosion of the gas tank, I just lost for words at the end of the day.
Really hope Knifey's reaction is somewhere on Twitter, because I'm sure he was losing it. and to go for height again as a solo, you know what? Congratulations, you clearly deserve to be in the finals. D-Roller rolling over the competition, but let's look at the rest of the competition right now. We have Bryce and Dauda now in first place spot, 117 points, 12 points ahead of second place. Mason and Inpin are still going to be sitting in third. Wanted and Plays Osu finally jumping up into fourth place, and Freeze, you know, dropping down just a little bit, but still in the top 6. And rounding out top 6, whoa, Shadow and Walkers jumping up 19 placements, Jacob.
I mean, that just comes from that try again mentality. They did not make it earlier on, but they're having a fantastic game here today, and they're one of those teams that kind of got exploded here towards the end. But Bryce and Dauda, these guys are playing out of their minds, taking that first place position. You can see 19 eliminations for the duo just through halfway.
I mean, a stat flew towards the end of that end game right there. Bryce and Nelson, I know it was hard to catch because there was so much going on, but they actually have the most eliminations against teams that eventually go on to get a victory royale. So this placement right now on the leaderboard, they have not been doing it by any means, you know, on unexperienced players. No, they're going head to head with the best of the competition, and they are showing up and showing out right now.
Yeah, it just goes to show they can really take on the best, because you saw him, Knifey, he got taken down right there yet again. They can go up against the best and win it. They just need to round out the rest of their game plan.
And rounding out takes placements and eliminations. And the team that has the second amount of eliminations here is going to be Mason and Inpin, 14 elims right there, currently sitting at 100 points, which is 15 points away from that threshold that we're looking at, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, they're just playing so well. Again, we see them in a position where they can be found on the lower ground of the end game, but it's on the back foot of this elimination in the mid game. Right as this 5th zone pops up, they find the elimination, and I talked about it earlier. When Qua and Tabs G yesterday found this position, it led them into the end game so perfectly. And Mason and Npen are not shy either of using the materials that they find in a refresh like this to get themselves in good positions in these end games. But right here, a little bit of mistake, Jacob. I was kind of laughing at this one because you mentioned how Glace and Elite yesterday left their backs open. Mason and Npen right there kind of doing the same thing, but it's tough when you have no build.
Yeah, and they're trying to go for those quick kills instead of moving ahead of zone because they know how chaotic it can really get. Can you imagine if they also made it through that 6 players towards the low ground with the explosion happening? But look at this leaderboard though. I want to go back on over to Shadow and Walkers because these guys are playing so good when it comes to that early game. It's just finally making it towards that end game. You can see what they're really made of. 5 eliminations at this point, but they didn't stop there. They picked up a few more eliminations. They picked a few more placement points, and they were a part of that explosive end game.
I mean, the cohesiveness right now, look at them. They're both in the same box fighting this 2v2, both hitting their shots, proving why they deserve to be in the finals. And I've kept looking towards this team every time we've seen them, whether it be in qualifiers, whether it be here in semifinals. I'm like, listen, this team has to do well. And finally, that game right there shows me that I was right in some capacity, bumping up 19 placements on that leaderboard right there, but I need to see at least one more good game out of them to secure that top 6.
Yeah, to do that in game 4 is kind of unheard of. Obviously, no players can jump up and down 7 placements, but to jump up almost 20 placements, Jacob, clearly they are on a roll right now.
Yeah, it just goes to show once again that mindset truly is everything. You cannot give up on yourself. You cannot give up on your duo because there is so much to fight for. You saw the prize money at the beginning of the day. That is a lot of change that you can put in your pocket.
Yeah, you got to get there first, though, right? You're not done yet, Kelly.
That's right. 2 more games to go, everyone. And I want to reiterate it again. This is the last day of semifinals, the last chance for these teams to make it into the finals in August. And you don't want to miss it. $690,000 is up for grabs there. So with that being said, let's head on over to game number 5 with our casters.
Game 5.
Like Jacob said, the mindset is everything. The hunt for the One Piece. No, The hunt for the one win is everything today. It's game 5. We're giving up for the last opportunities now, Shayo.
Yeah, it might be longer than 1,000 episodes in total, too, for some of the teams today. Mentally, it's been a struggle the entire season. One win, though, a couple of good decisions in a single game gets you that ticket to the top spot.
And it'll change everything. It'll change everything. Finals, there's so much prestige that comes with making it to those last stages. The money, of course, the opportunity, and then everything else, the ability to fight against the best of the best. That's what's on the line right now. We've seen so many greats move on. The lobby's starting to really cut down now. We were talking in the back. This should be a shoo-in for our players like Chewy, Fable Taco, and others. But hold up, hold that thought. Let's get on the battle bus.
Yeah, there's so many challenger-type duos rocking in, so many new names that are trying to find a seat beside the big ones that are already in the finals. This might be it, Mr. Monster D-Face. This is time for some of the new ones to take those spots now.
That's right. Here it is. We're jumping on that bus. Let's watch it play out. Pose for the opportunity. And now, Accept and Snake take on their opportunity to take on the Synapse Station. Listen, it's been opened up, and look at how much more comfortable they get here. They now take north side. They spread out. They're getting much more loot, but not only that, the standings have changed ever since they've had the little bit of freedom they've been hunting for, they've been yearning for. Yesterday, clearly contested, and today, it started off like that, but now things are changing.
They need to find the solution to this equation, though. It seems like every time, no matter what happens at the spot, even if it's uncontested, there are problems. For Scolds and Revised, this is like a Q1 strategy versus the end of the year type of meta that's going on. For Scolds, he's just trying the same old, same old. Interrupted before, so this time he lands straight up inside the tree houses and once again interrupted on his loot path.
It's a tug-of-war situation going down here. Crazy GGs and Revise have been that team to really figure it out in the back half right now as we're in game 5, but they have more problems on the horizon. It's not just a Zervo's duo that's down low, it's the team shooting from the north side coast as well. They're saying, hey, we've had problems with Surge. We're gonna go ahead and put our 2 cents into the battle here. Crazy G's though, they have it fully trapped. The edit comes in, it was their wall as well, the SMG, but a great trade here from both sides. Revise did not get the down body, so no siphon for him.
All good for now. Zervo usually one to watch things go down and not really interrupt after the fact. 2 games left. He understands how the last one went. It's not enough just to get your teammate back up. You have to get inside the equation. Do something yourself. He does not have any close range weapons though, so he will still be in the conversation, but just from slightly further away. Sinks is waiting to tap to the noggin. Unfortunate for the man of Zervo. On the outside in, he now becomes prey.
Sinks looking good. He's playing the bush right now with Blizz. They got to move in. They find a chest on the outskirts, and that just shows you how quick this fight broke out. Place is not even looted. And they're so far outside of the winning formula right now that they have to play for the win here, which means they need to check the boxes. What box might that be? Damage. They don't need the elims. They need the damage. They need the numbers.
Trying to find him. Blizz thinks not really making it easy. There's a few tags there. But they're keeping to the bushes. They're keeping way to the outskirts right now.
Convicted's duo also is now looking inside here. So yeah, it's time for everyone to disengage for a second.
I think a bunch of these players have also been here for about 3 days. They understand how things go inside game 5. It's not time to take it slow. It's time to speed things up. Really try to qualify from whatever path you're going for. If it is that win, the VR, if you're kind of near 30th place, 25th, 20th even, that consistency dream, that train might have already taken off. Now start to go for the win. Don't start to maybe even wait till that last game. Start trying all those new things out now. For Kicks and Sphinx, the Consistency Kings, they just gotta chill for the moment, play every game like it's last, or like the last one you just played. They're highest right now in average placement. That is a good thing to see.
Very, very good. They've had very exceptional performances all weekend long, so look at this. As scoped in visuals leave Tilted Towers, right? They just have all the time in the world to get their loot together and continue to win. They were farming those points in those early tags, but looks like that was more of a problem for them than a blessing. Encrypted Zucker finally get into a fight. They double back into the Reality Falls here. This is a spot that should have otherwise been heavily contested, but no. Shore and Zypha take advantage of it. This is a battle that has been raging on all throughout the day as well. Both sides not doing anything with their fruits of benefit that they win from finishing this fight here.
Trying their best on both sides right now, but yeah, nothing's really coming up. The winner of this fight is going to be able to control the center portion of the map. For this game specifically, they get to control the entire mountain ravine on the left as well. They have a say in that. The zone is going towards the top left. Shore and Zypher, though, we know they love to move around, so they might not even stick around for this fight.
Don't forget to follow the new FN Competitive Instagram at FN Comp Official to keep up with all things Fortnite competitive. Plenty of content pieces, highlights, and of course announcements and what's to come. I don't know about you, but I'm looking to that FNCS Invitational. What's to come? That's gonna be an exciting one.
It's so fast want to be there too. I mean, 15th place right now on day 3 by game 5. Lots of numbers. What I'm trying to communicate is this duo is in trouble. They cannot go down now. Yes, they're shoe-ins for wins as well. Flash and Pam still work best when they control the narrative around them. They have a little bit of a sense of peace and sand. Unfortunately, though, the shield's getting cracked on both sides. Nets and Siki Sounds, they're pushing into the box, trying to stop the French-Canadian dream. Before it even gets conceptionized, this is tough overall. And Polo's here too now, so 3 teams in the fray. One of them's gonna have to move out of the way. This is just an absolute bonanza over here at the spot.
Nets and Siki know better, though. Look at how they back off so quickly. They're like, all right, we could take on 2, but wait, you didn't finish that other fight? All right, we got to get out of here. A little too much going on. It's not worth our time. Pamsto and Fast probably thinking the same exact thing. Like, what did we just rotate into? They are not one to usually rotate right into a team. You saw game 1. Excellent strategy using the distance, the tags, willing to go for those open exchanges and then heal their way back into the game. Pamsto and Fatch have had a little bit of a bad opportunity present itself after game 2. That Maxo landing on him and really killing the momentum there is the problem. So see if they can bounce back from that mental hurdle. I think that's really all it is to overcome right now. It's just that mental hurdle and also the pressure knowing we only got 2 more games, man. We got to win. We got to play very, very well.
I mean, if patterns continue to what we saw for the last 2 days in NAE's Monster, this is game 6. No matter what happens here for our top 6, our top 5, they'll still be on the line all the way in that last one.
We saw them pull a 2nd place. So they're one of those teams that took the gut-wrenching punch there. They had to stomach it, had to survive it, and they did. They show up today and they play very, very well. But again, it's just, it only takes 1 game to really put you outside the conversation. Look at Quackle now. They were in 5th. Now they fall to 11th. Right? Talk about those 1-game drops.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we watch these duels move, I'm going to pose a question to the Ether, the Void. What's another term for small rock breaker?
Don't ask me that live on broadcast. I have no idea, except, of course, being very, very smart, using the harpoon or the grapple gloves. Our grapple glove, 2 extra grapple gloves into a bush. Of course, this keeps them very, very safe from other players needing to rotate in. So, of course, for Except and his duo, they've now claimed them. Plur picking up an early elimination on a player on a boat as well. And really, really great stuff from them. And speaking about water, Bryce, of course, and his duo in 1st place right now, taking it very, very carefully, looting on the edge of the map and not taking any chances.
Thank you, Mini Miner, for the breakdown. But I know the answer, Shayo. Small rock breaker is a Mini Miner.
True. Absolutely. It's crazy. Mini Miner couldn't figure that one out. But he did figure out exactly what's going on around the map. Lots of safety, lots of security for these players. We might have one more question to pose him very soon inside these semis. 2 more games in total, basically, left, including this one, Monster, the penultimate game, number 5.
Big fight right now between Dowda and Bryce here. I wouldn't say their tournament's on the line, but their comfortability could have been tossed away there as Aminish hit some huge shots. But he lost Spark G in this process here. And you can see that it was very, very fast. The fact that he has all these heals shows us that it was a quick exchange between the 2. And then just that, a reset, a pause. But they are the ones that lose a teammate in the process. Take a look at this big map shot here. Just excellent.
Mountain time.
We're going far.
Mountain time.
Shayo effect is in effect. Don't worry. I'll be sure to tell him, or not ask him, where he thinks it's going.
Curse those zones. Curse those zones. We love to see it all the time, especially, I think every single game 5 has been this way. Chaos.
Chaos.
Game 6, even more chaos.
Upset.
I love it. Reality Falls, Shadow Walkers. I mean, we saw these guys big chilling before in the fights.
They're in 6 now.
They got to move now, too. I know they hold the line as to who can qualify for the moment. I think the big issue for them in total now, though, is how do you just maintain control? You have the pressure of playing your game, getting your damage, but now also being in that top 6.
Top 6, the prestigious spot to be in right now. Great opportunity for Walkers and Shadows to actually farm tags in the area. I don't think we've seen anyone successfully use this position here, but that's what happens when the zone starts pulling north. Teams have to more or less go past this area, and for the most part, no one's looking up here. There it is. They're going to use that natural opportunity to rotate out. Indecisive, though. They don't want to be floating around here. It's crazy how much they don't trust this area at all. At all.
Could be hiding in the mushrooms, could be on the backside of a hill, up in a tree. No idea where players could be. Nosh and Jack in their same spot. A 2-man base. We've also been in the same spot on Twitter for a while as well. FN Competitive, if you want to stay up to date with all things happening inside the scene. Jack also wants to make sure on his screen there's nothing out of the ordinary. Going over to the gas station, filling up on metal and brick. That's what you love to see.
And I will say my favorite thing about the comp Twitter and Instagrams is, you know, once a big moment happens and you get caught up, they also tag the players. You can literally find the players themselves and get along with what they're posting. Most of the Fortnite scene, they post awesome and excellent content, so definitely check out FN Comp Official, the new Instagram for the Fortnite Competitive, the first one, the only one.
Accept and Snake are also going to run along here. This is going to be a tall, tall task to get into the zone. It's so far away for some of these south teams, but they're actually giving themselves the space now to walk all the way there. Aji and Sus also looking for their chance to own the zone now. They're in there, but do they even have claim to the builds they're in? With 86 damage above, I don't think they can stay here comfortably. At some point, if nothing changes, they'll have to force the fight somewhere around them.
It's a tough loadout to force that fight with, as they only have a combat SMG, at least for Sus's perspective, right, to work with here. On the side, big knock. Although NPen and Mason are clear of the surge currently, doesn't look like that's going to last very long. Mason is down. Zypha and Shore recognize the weakness of the box, but more worried about the storm right now. And they loosen up on the pressure here. Mason and NPen might have just been gifted an opportunity to this game, which is crazy because they are on the line for third right now in Game 5, which is such a pivotal moment in the tournament series, if at least they want to just move on through consistency.
Yeah, Ozone and Rapid going to be mad about that because they want any team above them to go down, NPen and Mason being one of them. Still only one tick of the storm for where Mason is. They'll pop the med kit. They'll be able to rock into those slipstreams and get exactly where they need to go. NPen going to be low on white HP though, because I think they only have one med kit. And he's been tanking that storm for a while. 400 damage above for this 9th place team. Ozone and Rapid, I'm loving the improvement overall, day to day. When we first tuned in with Ozone, every single game, this man was my homie. I could rely on him to be bad on Surge so we could watch an exciting fight. Now, I'm kind of mad. Our friendship's is over. He's figured out his Surge issues. He's no longer on screen. He's doing just fine. I'm sad, Monster. I want my friend back.
I get it. I get it. Let's watch a replay. Let's catch up. Bezo and Curly Baby, man, are storm fighting warriors. They just love being in the storm here. And they win almost every storm fight. That's the sad part, because it's clear they know how to battle. The difference for them is get out into the safety as opposed to taking all these battles here. Plur walks into the wrong team. Bobby already down to the hands of Curly Baby. Bezo and Curly Baby are quite literally feasting off the siphon. That's the only way they're gonna heal their way out now. The Plur has more problems. All right, they decide not to stick around. They're gonna go, but Plur puts some damage down, and now he has the full advantage here. Just moments away as the storm starts to tick. Yeah, he's got a little bit of heals as well.
It's not gonna be too much. Throw that can away. It's time to get active with this. Fazel's about to get knocked. That's the Thatch, so Plur doesn't even get to have the credit for the damage he did. Huge too, because Thatch needs these points to stay all the way in. 109. Curly will be able to stick this res. The shots will keep coming in. I don't feel like there's a chance here. They're gonna have to do some chain rest type of situation. That zone's about to start taking it for 5.
It was a crazy shot. I'm happy I wasn't in the middle of drinking water or something. Literally just gasped out air like, whoa. Tahi and Bank high ground. 1 shot, 1 appearance. It's this weekend here, this Sunday. Tahi and Bank have pulled up. They've played pretty okay. Currently in 10th, another team that has slid down just a little bit is Quaco and Plupid, but can they change the tides right now? This is a huge elimination potentially in front of them. Mason and NPen were also weak from the storm. Don't forget it. This knock is going to go to them, so they will get the siphon. A huge 2-shot shotgun tag right there is just going to crush that opponent. And down goes the heals. So this is where it starts to do a lot of damage if this starts to close here. They really have to beat this storm. It's going to ramp on up to the 5-tick. They go deeper in, though. They want to play a different type of rotate here. I don't know if that's going to work out.
I don't think this is going to work out for Mason either.
I don't know how he got away.
Res and res over and over again. He's following So, and he goes for a shot too. Unfortunately, as he takes out his shotgun, someone else takes out his confidence with a few shots from long range. Down to just forcing out these bandages. He's not gaining any ground whatsoever. Trying to follow NPen. He leads, or he lets him lead first to have a few builds to hide behind. So's also been kind of stopped over in time. 5-tick now. NPen melts. Mason burns. Snake and Joe take him out.
Now, big problems on the horizon here. Teams start to fire in. Lucky for them, the zone goes just to the north of them, so this should be okay. They have all the heals to sit on top of. NPen and Mason deliver tons of shield. Not really a lot of whites as we saw. Not even too sure if Quaco even made that one. They were swinging so wide. They only have floppers, so it was rough for them too. This might be 2 games in a row now that are going to affect their standing overall. Smite and Larson have a real opportunity now as a good amount of the immediate competition has been taken out. Snake is going to fall there too. Snake was inside the top 10 to the hands of Chewy. Big leaderboard implications at play right now. Okay, so a lot of our teams that are either well within top 10 striking distance or on that general 6th through 10th have now fallen. So keep it close.
Wanted and Rihan. Gonna be one of those security checkpoints into getting into this logjam Lotus zone. They're not in just yet. They want to see what other teams will do. Don't want to mace mats. If they start to move, they'll be forced to use them if everyone else is waiting to take a few shots. Surge, there it is. The warning active. When the zone closes in at about 58 seconds, it'll start to strike. Rayhan wanted. They're making sure all their shields are up before they actually make this move. But the mat's weak. It's going to be tough for them to be able to survive this one. For Freeze and Serbsky, they've always moved downhill to where they need to go. They've always used the zone as well, playing around with time. It's been very unique watching these guys the whole day. Fortunately for them, they're already in zone. Things are looking fine and into going in the 4th. Unfortunately, though, they're not going to be able to move late anymore in a zone like this. With water, high elevation in play as well, you need to be fast. This is a slower team in these moments of the game. I wonder how they adapt.
It's all working against them there. Well, let's watch this. Sus and Haji do make it to the zone. They're very, very close here. They're trailing behind some enemy builds. And there's an enemy there. 2-shot is the answer. It's Dauda. And they're in first place, so you see how well they're playing right now. You don't want to fight them. They're gone. Sus might just find some loot here, but no, gets sniped up by an opponent. Shotgun shot goes through. It's Adinho who's there to pick up the pieces. Well, they crank.
Yeah. Imagine being Adinho in that situation. You're looking for 2. You find 3. You find an extra. You had all the mats inside the duo as well. They haven't dipped down to get the builds from Sus yet, so let's see if they go for this height type build. I'll have to move a little bit because we are going straight into Logjam Lotus. I wonder what variation it is too. It'll dictate exactly what low ground is and isn't allowed to do.
They must have been in so shambles because Adinho only has 72 builds. So all that loot they just pick up, whether it's siphon material or extra, and they are only at 72 builds, 720 effective mass.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Nawson. Little trick shot type of rotate. He's going to start to move. 10 grapples in tow as well. You can see see exactly who's coming up behind them. I like the swing from the left side. Look at this course from Nawson. What a perfect way to be a distraction and then catch up with Bryce.
Looking good, and they have the outskirts to continue to rotate here. The southern teams are the ones that have the most trouble, as there is no current there, so they go to the land masses left and right. Rehan in the battle. He's trying to stay up right now. Barely above, but there's opportunities everywhere. Duos above, duos below.
No mats for him right now, 0 entirely. He gets split a few, but this is not going to be enough to actually play out this end game. Wanted and Rehan, low below Surge as well. Everything forcing them into a box around him right now. Pidus down below. We know this man has that plot armor. It's going to get just torn apart. Wanted, he's there with the spray. They have no other option. Keep going, force in. They don't even have a ramp to be able to face through the builds. Pidus, magic trick, disappeared. Zivoxy, he's the one who's in the builds now. He's the one in the way. Playing maximum defense. Wanted just wants in, and he can't actually move past these walls. Back towards the storm. Pidus down, but Zivoxy can still get away.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, how good does your internet have to be to hold those walls? Because those guys are trying so hard to get inside the build. They could not do it. Zivoxy strikes back. The tides have turned, and now he exacts revenge for taking out his teammate. We saw what Pidus can do as a solo. It's up to Zivoxy to do it now. And he's already put up at least some points here. He's inside the top 21 as well. This is excellent. Off the wall he goes. No, loses the wall there for a brief moment. Double edit out the top. And he escapes. But again, the zone's moving so fast, he really has to go. He does have a grapple glove. Where is the freedom? Where's the sky? Is it going to open up? No, he realizes he is fully trapped here and concedes to the storm.
No way out. Shiesty convicted all the way up top. This is where they want to be. 29th place. If you're in the situation right now, there's no way you can win off consistency. You have to use each game as a chance to get first, to get straight to the finals. That's exactly what they'll do. For Nosh Jack, it's a different situation. Stay consistent, 4th place overall. Jack back and forth, he gets clapped down. They'll fall down to maybe 10th, who knows, maybe the double digits is where they're waiting for things. Up inside the water though, halfway through land, 1st place. Nawson looks like he's taking over down below. Bang, Tahi all the way up to 8th from 10th this game. They're looking good. A potential for them to be one of those low ground teams still surviving. They can push for that win. Sphinx is also alive too, juggling between 2nd and 1st, juggling between survival. A ticket to the finals, maybe even if this game is consistent enough. He has to stay alive.
Definitely, and Pamster and Factor also on that bubble. They now jump closer and closer to top 10 as well. So we officially have about 2 bubble teams here alive, fighting their way, clawing their way into this top 6. Make it there. Bank and Tahi hit the statement shot that they need, and now they're there. Bryce finds Stacky. He ends the run. Freeze and Serbsky jump up to 4th off of their clutch and potential here, and Freeze is by himself. The zone has done his damage. Look at this. Sphinx on the other side, still in as well, holding on to his position. He's going to spell a little bit of an upset potentially here.
Every single team's in front of him. He gets to choose and think exactly where he wants to go. 2 more builds still left. He has to use everything. And just some ominous type of defense. We're actually losing all low ground too. Fatch now down. Nets and Siki Sounds, they claim height. Chewy and Taco, they're ready to go. Fatch might be able to just stay alive for this one. Armored walls in tow. He must have some mats that he can use here. Bank though down. Tahi, he has to be the one to stay around. Taco's trying to push for height. Freeze is down there too. He's found some type of siphon. He can still use the storm. Convicted, pushed all the way down to low ground. Siki still has builds to use to win this game.
No way is that Walker there too. So there's some names in play. Shadow is there lurking. Fatch is fully healthy. He's bounced back into it. Freeze recognized that's a duo behind that wall. Not going there, not just yet. And now here comes the exit.
Floor will drop.
Camera.
One more time. This is going to be super tough for every single team on low, so Freeze, he's trying to stay high. Completely different team, though. He gets shut down, and we are straight way down to the ground. Fable, Taco, and Chewy, I don't think they realize what's happening below them. Look at how far deep we go, straight down to the cold river.
Everyone recognizes it. Everyone's heading their way down. Shadow and Walkers get absolutely punished in the meanwhile to the hands of Pamster and Fast, but I think they've been taken out now. So this is it. Things are going to start to settle down now. Walkers and Shadow have fought their way from outside of top 20 all the way to the 3rd place spot off of their hard-earned efforts. But now look at this. Taco and Chewy, our Greasy Grove team, Shadow and Walkers, the contesters that are nearby, they get to re-meet here in this endgame, but not before, of course, fighting for the high. There it is. It's Shadow and Walkers who win that one first. Taco's still alive in the low ground, so it's now official 2v2v2. Once again here, that's an enemy at it. Shadow knows it.
Mantle.
For the mantle, he gets up and over.
But Walker's,
good shot.
He's so low. This is just tough for both teammates entirely right now. Taco moves in, and they take out a part of the team. No, both players that were in that top 6. All the teams now who are alive are outside that top 6. They need this win for the finals. Both these teams are pushing forward now.
High has to have no material. Down they come. This is it. They only have a couple more to work with here. Limited ammunition as well. It's going to come down to this last and final engagement. It's all in or nothing, or this game's over. Chewy and Taco want to fight back as well. They're not waiting for them. They're pushing back. Nets gets edited on, and down he goes. Chewy's looking good. The side shot, too. And he wins the game with 7 eliminations.
2 long days for Chewy and Taco. You love to see it. From Greasy contested to Greasy knock, from the skies to the grounds, they're going straight to finals.
And a low ground performance as well to overcome the mountain that was Shadow and Walkers there. It's been a clash. It's been a long, long weekend for them.
Yeah, they tried to go for height as well. Gotta respect that. To be able to stop, stay down, have the matches keep pushing, have the resilience to fight 3 teams, and take out all of them while staying alive. That's huge from this duo.
Not only that, they overcome the other issues throughout the days. Congrats to Game 5 winners, Fable Taco, CEO Chewy. They're going to go straight to the finals. And what I wanted to give them more credit was they pushed out Aoxy. They finally earned the draw spot, but it was not easy for them.
Hey, there's going to be so many more teams, players, even better than who they face in the semifinals in the next stage for them. Who else is left over, though? We got one more game. Kelly's got all the news for that.
Thank you so much once again, MDF and Shio. And of course, we got the Chewy Taco win. We've been waiting for it. We saw them kind of coming in as a newer team yesterday, but they always had the potential, Vivid.
Oh yeah, absolutely phenomenal play. And it was actually crazy to see how this end game folded out, because our last 2 teams, at one point, they were going against each other on the higher ground, fighting for it. And usually when that happens, one of those teams ends up going down almost immediately because they use all of their materials towards it, but it did not matter. In this case, Chewy and Taco found themselves back into it by dropping down, instantly finding this refresh on to Freeze here, and then also realizing that Nets took out Walkers, picks up that refresh as well to give them enough builds to push them forward over Nets here and pick up the victory royale.
Yeah, and the thing I like about them best is they do it all from that contested drop spot of Greasy Grove, which is going to be key, because for these guys, they're going to have to go up against Kanata and Ages as they look to continue to claim that Greasy Grove. So honestly, I like that confidence that's coming out of them right now.
I mean, definitely confident, but I don't know if they're going to be going back to Greasy Grove, especially after we saw Agers and Kanata's performance in Qualifier 1. But here we have it, the 5 teams that have won through their victory royales, and as you notice, there's only 1 spot left. And on top of that, the teams in our top 6, of course, that is the threshold, 103 points. And Jacob, look at this, 105, 103, 102, 102 at the cusp, that precipice, that's way too close.
That's just insane right now. It's literally winner take all in so many different scenarios coming into this last game, the last chance that these guys got to reach the finals. But a team that is performing well, it's Shadow and Walkers. We talked about them last game. We're going to talk about them today, moving up into 3rd place, 3 placing above to try to solidify their spot. They are really dominating the low ground while all these other teams are flying high, trying to take the high ground. They're sitting pretty. And honestly, as long as they continue to play that calm, cool, collected gameplay that they have been throughout the last 5 games, they will achieve that qualification spot.
Happy to see them performing so well, Jacob. It's like, man, you just talked about them last game. You're going to talk about them again this game? You have to, right? They're finally showing up, getting in the boxes, feeling confident in how they are playing, and that nets them that 3rd place finish right here, which is so good to see. And you talked about it, Jacob. The victory royale is the statement for a lot of these duos, but for these guys sitting all the way up at 125 points, 3rd place on that consistency leaderboard, they just need another solid game to secure that spot in finals.
But this is the final game. You know nerves are high right now, and with the threshold being 103 points. And you can see these teams still jumping up so many placements. Tahi and Bank, the new team coming in today, jumping up into the top 6, 5 placement points up. Pamsto and Fatch, a team that I thought we were going to be seeing in the top 6 a lot more, now finally jumping into our top 10. But here we have it. Even the teams all the way to Xset and Snake have a shot here, Jacob.
No, they do have the most legitimate shot. Almost anybody, I would say maybe in the top 14, maybe top 15, we'll cut it off at 80, has the best chance to qualify through consistency as long as they get into that top 3 position with a few eliminations.
Yeah, it's really, really tough now. Going into this last game, Storm Surge is still a factor, Jacob. So let's go ahead and break down how some of these teams, I'm trying to go over there.
Don't go anywhere.
Actually, I'm going to stay right here with my great friends. I don't want to leave them. But let's break down Storm Surge and how that ends up going through. Stage is purple. Let's go ahead and talk about it here. Now, I want to take a look at a team that's going to be putting themselves right to the south of Tilted Towers. And this is such a good position for them because, Jacob, right in the middle of the map, we have Loot Lake, which a lot of teams do not like to rotate towards.
No, they don't want to rotate towards that Loot Lake. So a lot of them are going to go towards the left side, or they're going to choose to go towards the right side. But because they're already positioned over towards Tilted Towers, that allows them to get a good amount of high ground and a good amount of pressure on everybody moving in from the south. But we talked about the high ground. They got visuals on the east as well. Since nobody's going to go through the middle, there's another team positioned there that is also going for that surge. So that allows this team that is towards Tilted to really just rain down shots from above. And here's some examples that you're seeing. It's Sphinx and Kicks, and this is what took away the fun from Shio.
Yeah, and honestly, you're thinking, like, how is this duo able to do this, right? And in such an aggressive format with this new Storm Surge, like, how are they able to just get these tags? Well, that's because the lobby right now is ever evolving. There's actually less players in it right now, especially going into Game 6, because every team that gets a victory royale, they're taken out of the player pool. So they are able to just kind of lay back and use those long-range tags as Storm Surge because ultimately there's just not as many players in the game.
You know, you just taught me something right there because there's not as many players in the game, not as many opportunities to get that surge. So it makes it now ever more important to get those early game tags so you have an easier game as it does go on, because you don't want to be stuck rotating in and out of those zones where you're just kind of getting chopped down by third parties as well.
But with those players being gone, some drop spots open up as well. But with it being the final game, Vivid, I don't know if anyone is feeling confident enough to jump in there, everyone. You heard me say it. This is Game 6 of the final day of the semifinals. One hope, one chance. Gentlemen, take it away.
Game 6.
We're in Game 6 territory. This is it, the end of the line. Time to really figure it out now. There's only one more chance.
Every team, their dreams can still be achieved in this one final game, a chance to make it to the big spot, the big show, the NAE's finals.
We know how difficult that has been. The standings are so incredibly close. Jacob put the fine number on it. He signed the contract there. He said it's 80 points for us.
Yeah, that's all it is for some of these teams. At the same time, when it comes to the format, Victory Royale takes you there too, and the chance for that starts now.
Let's jump on the battle bus. Let's take it home one more time for the semifinals weekend here. It's been quite a day. Our performers are, of course, the players. It's been so fun watching these guys compete here. But again, conversation is only just beginning. For some, the journey just starts now. There will be one winner, 6 players moving on, 6 teams moving on via consistency for their chance to fight for August. And that, of course, will begin a whole new chapter.
Absolutely, and that's where you see some of these guys rolling in. So many weeks to be able to review exactly what went down, so many weeks to study all the players that are around, all their histories as well, all the spots they could potentially go to. So much open all the way in the finals. Free Serbsky, they're in that top 6. They're looking to hold on to the spot if they want to make it there.
Let's watch it, though. The draw spot, Kondo Canyon. They wait for Blake and Vert to qualify. They jump in. They take over the area. And today they get the first chance to try to make a big plays off it. And they have done just that. They're coming in, of course, in that 4th spot. But this is one of the teams that are not safe just yet. We had the same situation unfold yesterday, 4th, 5th, and 6th. The most vulnerable. Once you start jumping up to around where Sphinx is, that should be the end-all, be-all point threshold. But still, there's a small possibility depending on how early they fall. So for these guys, it's a very close competition today.
Yeah, just pay attention to the number on the bottom left corner of your screen. Not just the golden one you see beside the health bars and the shields, these players' names. It's the number for the team right above Kicks, that teammate on the left POV, or Tahi. Right now it says team number 6. That's third place overall. Interesting strat to be able to go for elimination. It's Latino, and I'm actually sad to see this one go down. I mean, Tahi and Bang, they can just stay consistent, maybe get into that top 6. They still need to survive and win this fight off spawn, but Capaholic, Latino, they needed this win. They won't have that chance. This is the end of the road for them in the NAE server.
But you know what? Respects to them. They almost had it. They were so close to seeing their first FNCS Finals appearance. Try next season. It's all about continuing to stay consistent and compete. We're here to celebrate all of our players. So congrats, man. You guys really put up a performance, you know? Those 3 games you had, go review them, look at it again, and continue to improve, man.
And being in that spot is huge. Even 4 or 5 games in that spot.
Right.
You just have height. You make it to 7th, 8th zone. Lots of placement. Look for those conversions. Spark, he pushed that one game. Showed us just absolute childlike wonder in terms of how an aggressive spot kind of looks. Nets and Siki, I feel like this is one of the last duos left. Every time I'm watching them, they're both alive, helping each other. If one goes down, there's more than 300 damage being pumped out as that man's body falls towards the earth. This time it was Siki, last time it was Nets. They're only netting 13th though with this type of strategy. It's still kind of slow. It might be too far for top 6. It might be the win. That's exactly what they need.
Let's not forget they missed a win opportunity. One of the few teams that had a chance, that were in the 1v1s, in those 2v2s, in those end games. They couldn't capitalize. They get taken out. They get dropped. Wanted and Rehawk just shy of our 6th place team. A couple elims separate them. You can see that 7th place number is completely tied up for multiple teams at 102 for Nosh and Jack. They have the full entirety of Tilted Towers today as there's no Acorn and Edgy. And also they get their usual outside draw spot. So I'm actually surprised they're probably not doing a little better. It's a little bit higher. Shadows and Walkers, however, have really impressed us. They don't go for Greasy Grove. They instead stick to their drop on the outskirts here. And I love that they did not change it up.
They're able to lock it in. They are in 3rd. The only scary thing right now is sometimes it looks like they're in trouble before the end game starts. Usually they end up locking it in. They get out of the tough spot with everyone being that much more desperate for this win right now. Everyone being so much more hungry. They might not be able to get out of a tough spot at all now. Fatch and Pamsto, the amount of teams kind of surrounding them for the moment. 8th place overall. They might need to just be in top 5 as well with Loxton and Maxo up and around them. I mean, they've taken over their spot, what, 2 different times? They've caused them so much trouble this game, and they're not stopping in the final one for NA East.
Out of the 6 games, 3 now have been affected by Maxo and Loxit here, so that's 50% of their rounds. Hamster and Fatch have had to deal with this team. Right now, this team's hungrier than ever. Pierces some shots through the builds there. It's so unfortunate. It's going to be a huge setback for them as they have to stop and heal. Meanwhile, they're pinched in between the team in front of them. This is the worst position to be in for Pamstu and Fatch. That is the absolute worst position to be in. Loxton looking for something big here. They finally clap back. The wall gets taken. Loxton's quick, showing us why he's made it this far into the stages. Not performing the best today, but still a very, very great player. Now, Pamstu and Fatch double back the way they came here.
So awkward for them. This is going to be so tough. Maybe the biggest hurdle they're going to face this game, besides maybe a 2v2 at the end. They had an entire plan to get towards the zone. It's so fully south, the bottom left, the complete opposite of where they land, and now they have to double completely back and find a new way to attack the entire island.
And they wasted metal, they wasted brick, most importantly now time. This is going to be a very, very difficult game for them. To come back at this point, this late into the early game, it is going to be very difficult. And look how far south this zone is.
Yeah, look how far Ozone and Rapid have gotten too. This is the team directly head-to-head with Fatch and Pamsto right now. They're already in zone. They're already looking for damage. And look at what they have set up. 12 splashes on Rapid. I can't even imagine what Ozone has. That's usually the guy leading the charge, hitting the shots. This is going to be huge. Fatch Pamsto, you're in trouble right now.
That immediate competition looking this healthy and this setup for success really does make you wonder, will Pamsto and Fatch end up missing their first FNCS finals, and who knows how long? They've been on such a great streak. Been one of our longest standing pair duos.
It's nuts. They have a long path ahead of them. We've had someone by our side on both regions, about 72 games over the course of the month. Mini Miner, do one last one for us before the finals.
Thank you so much, Shy. Now, Shadow being so smart in this rotate right now. He's using the toilet, the porta potty, to rotate around the map. One of our top teams, of course, so maybe this extra few seconds will save them precious time. And, of course, Sphinx and Kicks. This is a god loadout for Sphinx and Kicks right now. And actually, something I noticed was that Sphinx actually ends up dropping the legendary shotgun to Kicks, so maybe Kicks will do some great stuff with that later on. Now, I have a question for you guys. What's another term to describe a timid bet?
Nope, don't know it.
It's a little Shio wager.
Nope, never heard of it.
I like that, though. I wonder how long it took them at the back to come up with that one.
Well, there's four people back there. You got Zeke, Kelly, Vivid, Miner. They're cheating.
I'm looking at the board. It says too long. Big shout outs once again to Mini Miner. The amount of work this guy does behind the scenes, you don't even understand. Like the regions, the knowledge, every single game of Imagine Monster, finding the important moments. This man scouring with 9 TVs. I saw him backstage. He was growing 4 more eyes on the sides of his head.
More fingers as well than any person I've ever seen.
Gotta get it checked
I don't
out.
know.
It's actually slightly disgusting. I'm not gonna lie.
Don't know if he's human.
It's off-putting.
He uses 2 phones on each hand.
That's wild. Ambidextrous is what they call that, I think.
I don't know how you split your brain in half like that, but okay. Larson and Smite. Here we have it. Early game rotates. They're trying to get in position. A team that can do this. Serbsky and Freeze slip a couple spots, but they are here. And now they're sitting right underneath the base of some opponents up above. And look at this. The fact that they have no brick in the desert have shown us that they've been here for quite some time. There's so many deposits here. More often than not, it's the first thing that you have capped in the, of course, the first that you use here. So you've already used it.
We're looking at every possible circumstance of where this zone could possibly go. Not Synapse Station, slightly north of it. If you ever get a map shot up where we see a little bit more of what the center of the zone looks like, I can describe the worst case scenario, and we can see if the zone actually
too
pulls
early.
It. I already see it. I already feel what this zone is going to be like for all these players. We'll get to it in a sec. Right now, we're looking at the outskirts. Serbsky once again still trapped. Him and Freeze, this is business as usual. They wait a very long time and sometimes just breathe in the toxins of the zone as they move forward. They like riding it in very, very late. I don't think Meow and Violets are used to that.
Yeah, DeQuinton and Violets here now starting to push in. Serbsky and Freeze jump down. They don't protect themselves. It's very risky. There, they make it behind cover. Still get tagged a little bit. Now the difference between here and before is, I was going to say, they're sitting on very weakened builds. Those wood builds, easy to get attacked on. Villains and DeQuinton are recognizing right now that they absolutely do not have tags. They must have not gotten in the fight at all. Probably no chances to trade shots. And they're like, dude, before that 30 seconds even tells us we need a fight, we know we need a fight.
Absolutely.
We're fighting you. And you're in 4th place. You are not safe yet. This is the worst case scenario. A desperate team.
At the same time, they're in 4th place for a reason. Freeze, Serbsky, one of the best teams at playing Ring Around the Rosie with a lot of aggressive players around them. And they hit much more deadly than a nursery rhyme. It's going to be tough for Violets and DeQuinton right now. Serbsky once again going in for a bite. He finds slightly just a little bit. A lot of teams starting to look over now. There's one towards the north. These two are making a lot of noise. Whoever starts to rotate first, they will get tagged out. Looking over at Freeze's builds. They're on the side that can actually get third party. They're using wood builds and they're next to the reboot ban. So teams understand they can't really expand past the point right now. But Freeze, his AR active. Going for perfect trades, but once again, caught lacking. You cannot build on that van. This is just so tough for him. Caught between rocky reels and a hard place. Bullets now. It's an all-in from Serbsky. He's desperate. He's down. Back and forth. It's a 1v1. To stay inside the game, to make it to NAE's finals. This fight means so much right now.
And DeQuinton is extremely extremely healthy here. Fourth place is gonna fall. Surfsky and Freeze will get taken out in an unlikely turn of events, honestly. The chances of them surviving and holding that spot are slim to none at this point. That's an opening for someone now. Pamstu and Fat from the zone fight their way all the way back in. They have the surge. That's not the problem. But now, no more mats. Pamstu is in problem territory. He's in trouble. They have a knock body in front of him. It's Jelly here. He needs to get in here. Commit all or nothing. Great tag. It's a 2v1. And they might just bounce back. Look at the mats now. They're here. Oh my gosh.
Look at Pamstu. How did this all start?
Boom.
They were already above. Oh my goodness. Rat-a-tat-tat. Huge from Pamstu. Fatch was so low. He pushed in forward too. He led the charge. Look at their loadout now. So nice. Their mats. They have brick the farm as they move in. Polo, Fazo, Sneaky. They were all looking forward to third party. But Pamstu, the resilience, he wants to make the finals.
That's if they end up qualifying now, I mean, look at the story. This has been one of the most difficult games for them that they've had today, outside of just getting eliminated off the gate. They have now turned around an incredible story. Not only that, those guys loaded. That was max material, I think, for each of them at least. They have something to work with. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Let's get to Snake and Xep. 12th place right now. Very much in the conversation here to finish the day and go straight to finals via consistency. Oh, this is a big team on the other side. That's our 9th place.
Yep, and right now, although these guys can make it all the way to finals, if they lock in this game, they're getting churned by Surge. Rapid as well, finding these shots, Rapid around builds. It's too much to handle. Spark on the left side too. They're surrounded by Surge. They're surrounded by teams that are down atrocious. They have to hold on. Maximum defense, center circle. The onslaught will not stop. Rapid is still landing every single shot. Snake now down. Spark on the left side. He's looking for any extra damage. It's tough. A minish on these walls too. Desperation. You can feel it right outside their builds.
And the smart reads there. He saw the loot fall. He picks it up. He sees the excess metal, switches directly to metal. Rapid doesn't waste a single beat there. He's definitely in tune right now, playing smart. The micro plays under what just could be the most incredible amount of pressure that they have ever faced, as they're one of the few teams that actually want to make it to finals, possibly for the first time ever. It's a huge deal. Spark and Minish there are one of those teams pressuring the wall.
Boxed up next to the Neo version of Butterbarn as well. Once again, another game where there's so much brick and metal available for so many teams. It's a 1 in 3 chance. It's huge. Tahi and Bank, 5th place, looking fine. Mason right above them. They're staying alive. This team has stumbled, fumbled almost every single game, all the way to 6th.
But they're here. They're holding on. They've caught their balance. They've tied their shoes. And now it's just a matter, do they have enough soul in the sneakers to continue the walk?
I mean, check out these kicks real quick.
They look good.
They look strong. 600 damage above.
They look expensive.
The thing is, though, this team and the one we saw before with Mpen and Mason, they keep getting split apart. This is FNCS duos. You can't just bank on solo performances game after game. What is the meta we're watching in these endgames, Monster? One high ground team, they live. A duo down below is the only thing that's challenged and stopped high ground every single time.
It's more often than not because it seems like the low ground teams are really taking advantage of the fact that they are picking up the siphons.
Yeah.
The high ground teams are so just low on mats and desperate to find anything. They're just coasting.
Absolutely. The one thing that I haven't said in any of those circumstances is solo. There's never really any solos that end up going for that big win. Yes, they might end up as a solo in the final 2v2. We have very niche circumstances across both regions where a solo can 1v2 all the way in the end. But the pattern we're watching is 2v2s. You need to keep your partner alive.
But never forget, only D-Roller can 1v4. You watched it here this
True,
weekend.
actually. True.
Incredible game. That was just cool. What was that, game 3?
Yeah, I think that was the one we just watched.
Yeah, put that one in the books, man. The 1v4 D-Roller and Knifey. Wild. Top 7 for Nosh and Jack right here. 300 damage above. Long rotate put out in front of him. This lobby starting to thin out, though. Players impatient. Long day of Fortnite. Shadow 1X in the meanwhile finds Shiesty. It's going to be a big one there.
7 different teams have to move from that spot. How do they get there is the question. Nets, Siki, it's trouble, but they survive once again. They want it so bad. They can't go down. Consistency not an option.
What is this?
Shadow Walkers, desperate, but their damage above. Why? Because they can hear. There's a team in here that's not looking too good right now. Surge striking them. This is free Elim points. 130, convicted down. Shiesty, deleted. Shadow and Walkers up to third.
You know they're feeling good right now. That's a lot of points to pick up here when you're coming in on third place. That could be the deal maker. That could be the seal on the envelope, the stamp to ship it, to mail it away to finals. They put their name in it.
It's so close. They need to get the 130. They need to survive. Every time, though, on NAE specifically, so many teams end up holding on and rising to the top. Tiebreakers that break hearts. People who you wouldn't expect hitting that consistency, popping off all the way, taking a spot inside top 6. You want to stay alive as long as possible. Here comes Smite, Larson, 11th. They were so close. They should not be here, but they are. Double grapple and tumble in the air. They're looking for their next spot. It's safety inside the zone.
No points earned in this game, though, outside of the placement. That's my biggest worry right now. And they're 40 below the surge here, so no elims equal no refreshers. They're just playing off of whatever it is that they started with. Rihan and Wantidote. It's not looking good. 64 below. Very low material. Not much to work with. And the clock is ticking. 10 seconds now before the fight has to break out. Quackle's gonna fall. Down he goes to the hands of NPen. Fatch finds another one onto Acro, and Pam onto Sin. Big blows being exchanged inside the elim feed here today as our team in focus has to break out right now. They have someone in front of them, Shayo.
Yeah, Fatch blown too, it feels like. And although they have to fight for the moment, 10 above, it's not enough. They also have to move. Zone so far away. Everything stacked against Wanted. Everything leaned up against Rihan. Can they push it all off?
Let's see it. They have the wall. They have the edit, but no. Out to taking it. They decide to wait here, as they do have to rotate as well. But only 9 mats. What do you actually do here? They're not completely safe.
Smite Larson, not like this. 11th place. They're gone. They're out. So close to the finals. They tasted it, but not today.
There will be no finals for them. They get to sit this one out here and root on for the competitive players in the scene. Unfortunately for them, it was a great weekend, though, nonetheless.
Every single team you see go down here on the bottom left corner of the screen, if the number is higher than 6, they're out. They haven't made the finals. Virus, Ziboxy, they're in 13th. That's the case for them. How did they change if they can't make top 6? Their spot looks completely impossible. They have to win, Monster.
They do have to win. They are very far from the finish line, and the only way to cut the line here is to win the game.
Look at all the numbers that are in the double digits. 24th, 37th, 26th. 7th on screen for Fatch.
Pamsto's hurt.
It's 7th versus 6th. Pam still wants Rihan to go down. It's a team right in front of him. It's the top 6. It's the finals behind these builds. But Rihan stays strong. 8th place now. Pamsto and Fatch are falling. The zone comes in as well. If it pushes all the way towards the right, this is trouble. But no, for the first time, NAE has it easy. They're going towards the south. Natural low ground. Fatch and Pamsto, they get to play their game.
The crazy part about that, all those high ground teams will have to give it up. They did not pull it. K-Burbs and Yuden was hoping desperately that it would come this way, but I think it's going to bounce all the way back. Yup, take a look. They're weighing their options now. Everyone's starting to cut across the field here. Mason and NPen have a much more favorable position, but lucky for Yuden, he does have this grapple glove to work off of. Plenty of builds to go ahead and connect to as well.
Does he have the temperament to break it down? Does he have the patience to know how to let it go? Yuden and K-Burbs, they start to get together.
They want to hold it?
They have the entire hold. They have the entire zone. How long will they last? Fatch Pamsto, uphill battle, 8th place. They need top 6. They're moving. Look at all these placements in front of them. Every single squad they're passing the side, except for maybe 1 or 2, need the victory royale if they want to make finals. Pamsto and Fatch almost included. Rayhan 7th, still holding on, making it impossible for anyone to swim with the Sharks all the way in the top 6. He's still looking for it, but he is taken down. Bank and Tahi, they start to move on. Top 4, Pamsto and Fatch, they can catch up too.
That's it. Another competitor down and out. Tahi and Bank holding on here. More points being earned as players fall. That's 2. That's 3 more points. Every second matters here. Every moment counts. And now they're edging their way around. This is the last chance to get to finals for this season. Kix is still holding on. He's done enough. He'll be there, but he is holding on. He's fighting to the very, very end. Fatch is gonna fall on the feet. The biggest down in Pamsu is down too. They're out.
Out for now. Rapid also gone. Units trying for it. K-Birds all on the line. Bryce down. They're putting everything in the tank to go for it. No builds though. Armored wall up for defense. Unit. What can you do next? Grabbing the builds and also putting them down. Stops the fall damage elimination. The self-drop, it's gone, and now they have height once again. They have control. We're gonna see what to do next. K-Birds Unit pushing it all the way. This is impossible. No duo's really done it like this before. Kix also, he's doing his victory lap. Forget about this right now. Who can he stop? Not Jack, who's in 6th and holding on, and Ben and Mason also in 5th. They're inside that equation. Jack, he has to do this as a solo. It's been impossible throughout the entire day. His magic, that armored wall, it saved him so far, but he doesn't have it anymore.
And it's so close right now. That Elam could mean everything for him, but he might just need another one to really seal the deal here. And then, of course, the high ground team absolutely needs the win right now. Meanwhile, Tahi holding on. Makes the edit. No bills to really catch him. The double from the backside, though. Walkers in Shadow are still cooking, still getting active here, still punishing players on every layer.
Jack needs like 5 more points to fully secure this. He's really trying to go for everything, but melted by the storm.
That's a problem.
Inside the top 5. Who can maybe surpass it? Go now, everyone going for height. It's the only way to win on NAE. It's chaos, but he gets stopped. Who's up next? It's Crackley. It's Joe. They're not stopping. Brick all the way towards the skies. It's not done yet, though. Desperation in the sands. No one wants to sink. It's Shore. It's Zypha, but Zypha's no longer alive. Epoxy, he's also moving all the way towards the top, but Shore puts him down.
Another big elimination for him is going to keep him in the game. A little bit more of a lifeline, but how long will that lifeline last here as Walkers in Shadow separates him between safety and the storm? Meanwhile, Height is looking great. Let's watch this fight break out.
Joe and Crack is still holding on right now. Midground still has a chance. Shadow also under so much pressure, but they're 2nd place. They're almost all the way in. It's a victory lap for them. Who else can they stop from going all the way in? Ticketmasters to the finals right now. And they're all the way on the low ground. Mid, there's a chain rest starting to happen. What's going on inside the box? Fuse wants his teammate. He wants Elsa here, but Elsa stopped. Frozen, melted. Shadow down below. He survives. Huge blocks inside the storm. He's gonna melt. He's gonna burn. Here it is, the final edit. Joe, so many splashes. He can really push for this. A top 10 type team and a 2nd below. They need this win.
Back-to-back 2nd places or 1st on the line for Shadow Walkers here. Crackley and Joe go for it. The edit comes out. The shot's good for Crackley. It's 1. Can he get the extra? Shadow is down to no health, but he trades the first one. Now it's a 2v1. No! And they actually win the game. How in the world did Shadow and Walkers manage to do it? They refuse to not make it to the finals.
Huge for them to elevate all the way towards the top. 2nd place overall as well. So what does that mean? The top 6. Absolutely thrown off the chess table. Everything goes into chaos.
And if you were on the bubble, if you were holding on to 7th, if you were past, maybe even Fat, you actually have a chance now as Walkers in Shadow do the incredible, do the unthinkable. They win this game. Look at how much health Shadow has. 1 HP. Walkers hits the biggest shot, and it's the perfect backup, and they will win game 6. And that, my friends, is a highlight moment.
That's just huge. Either which way, whichever fan you were in that last fight, both teams gave it their all.
It was definitely an explosive game. We're going to leave some floor room for Kelly and the crew, though.
Thank you so much, MDF and Shio. And shout outs to that cast. And in fact, the cast that we've had all semifinals long. That right there is 17 games. I'm sure that they are just as tired as the pros that completed today. But a team that can rest a bit until we go into our August competition, well, it's Shadow and Walkers. And you know, they had 2nd place already, but they wanted that victory lap.
What a run. We saw a stat fly. 25 points today after the first 2 games, now ending 150, 160, all the way up there. It doesn't even matter, 1,000 plus, because they close it out with a victory royale and stealing the dreams away of Joe at the end there. It looked so close. 10 HP was the difference, but they really just figured it out. I don't know what clicked after game 2, Jacob, but they were on point afterwards.
Not only did they steal away dreams, they're causing nightmare after nightmare for the rest of the lobby, and they don't even need it like you're talking about. They already have their qualification secured, but they just proved that they not only have what it takes to get into the top 6, but to take that victory royale as well. But it's so important.
Look at this, 10 HP. 10. 10 right there. Gets the siphon and comes through, bumps up to 60. That's how close this game 6 was.
And by grabbing that VR, they opened up another spot in the top 6 for those teams that were on the bubble. And we saw in Zone 8 that there was a lot of those teams there.
Yeah, specifically Jack, right? Shia was talking about it. He was in the zone with his grapple glove trying to clutch it up. He went down in 5th. I don't know if he has enough points, but Shadow and Walker is getting that victory route in first place could be the difference right there. But a team that probably isn't going to be cutting it close, Jacob, it's got to be N10 and Mason playing so well throughout the entire day.
I know. We broke down that split drop that they had there and how they were able to utilize it as solo. It's been a few weeks to talk about the importance of being able to clutch up and play as a solo, but even better as duos. When they finally reunite after that split drop, when they got what they wanted, they really just put the pain on the lobby from the high ground, from the low ground, from the mid ground. They show that they can do it all.
The flow right here in the end game, we talked about it coming into game 6. Really, you're on that bubble. You're not guaranteed anything coming into this, and they're still just vibing out a cohesive duo all the way throughout. Well played, and that is what separates these duos when it comes to qualifying for stuff like this.
And that right there is it, guys. And we will be going to our top 10 leaderboard in just a moment. But before we do that, let's remind everyone the 6 teams that made it through Victory Royales.
Absolutely. The 6 teams today, I mean, the energy, the action, this being the last moment. Dijon and Pledge, they started it off, and this is when we had all our Titans in the Game Stole Monster. They were the first ones to make it out.
Listen, between D-Roller and Game 6, Walkers and Shadow, I don't know what was my favorite, but those 2 games right there were so memorable for me.
Yeah, they really were. Of course, D-Roller getting the beautiful play with the gas station, of course, exploding. That was just genius. So D-Roller, you are incredible for that. Of course, we can't forget to mention Elite and Glace, of course, being really, really patient with the way that they won on low ground. I think we saw a lot of low ground wins today, Shia.
Absolutely. Keep it classic as well with Slacks and Clarity G. You're talking about old type NA East. This man showing us a nostalgic 1v2. So much fun to watch. Taco and Chewy, though, Monster, you called it one of the teams that has to win in that game 5, and they did it.
And there was something about that team. They were playing so consistent yesterday. They had many opportunities to continue to shine here for us, and today they do manage to do it. But they're going to have such a world of problem now leading into finals. That draw spot, we know who's there, Kanata and Ager, so it's not free. They might have to switch up the game plan.
It's not free at all, and of course, this is Chewy's first ever final, so congratulations to you, Chewy. Well done for making it there, but as you said, it's going to be a tough task if they do continue to go there. But of course, we can't forget to mention game number 6, Shia. Walkers and Shadow winning it, not just through the victory out, but of course through consistency as well.
Yeah, all that pressure overall as well. They're the ones trying to play defense, take it all, Vivid. I mean, that was so much fun to watch.
From start to finish, really, I can't believe that at one point, MDF mentioned it. Which one was your favorite? Game 4, Game 6? I don't know. But the difference is that Shadow and Walkers were actually one of the teams that D-Roller had to take out, getting a little bit of revenge in Game 6 right there. The storylines, they were crazy.
I don't think it's a question. D-Rollers was definitely my favorite play. I don't think we're ever going to see anything like that again. But guys, we obviously have to look at our top 10 leaderboard, the top 6 moving forward as well. And in our first place spot, everyone, let's go!
Wow.
Pamsto, in fact, jumping up with just a 5-point lead monster.
I was calling it. I knew they were playing well. They were close. And that's why I mentioned, I was like, this is exactly what you want if you are just on the bubble.
Yeah, this has to be games. You said D-Roller was your favorite win. It has to be Shadow and Walkers now. Because of them, that's why Patrick Benson is qualified.
Wow. It's so good. I mean, that was unbelievable. And even look at the eliminations here as well. We're looking at Tahi and Bank. They only had 11 eliminations throughout the whole tournament. So consistent from them. 105 placement points for this duo. That puts them in 3rd place on just consistency in terms of placement themselves. So we've seen a huge variety of ways that teams have gone about this. Not just victorials, not just consistency, but a difference in that as well.
Nosh and Jack as well, jumping up 3 placement points, solidifying their spot right there. I mean, every single team that we see right here, Mason and Inpin as well, we saw the end run there. They deserve their spot in the finals, Jacob.
More than deserved, because they actually played all 6 games through every single pressure that was given them. And the mini minor guarantee, D-Roller gave us one of the most exciting moments of the weekend.
It was just explosive. Really cannot believe. Also, I mean, I know we mentioned it, but I mean, how surreal is it that Pamsto and Fatch get bumped up in the top 6 because our leaders, Shadow and Walkers, they get the victory royale. Like, if Joe wins that game right there, 10 HP is the difference. If Joe wins, Pamsto and Fatch, they end in 7th.
Yeah, and that means the finals are completely different too. That was just the semis too, guys. I mean, Kelly, that was just one weekend of games.
Everyone, that was what I needed to have at the end of our semifinals. 3 days done, 17 games are over, and now we have the final 35 teams that are moving forward. But speaking of moving forward, who of us move forward in our predictions? I think all of us did pretty well. Obviously, Vivian and I, we got first place.
Yeah, I mean, listen, me and Kelly were looking at it, the uncontested Rocket Reels. It was way too much to give this team. They're way too good in these situations. First win of the day goes to the DGen and Pledge. Grapple gloves on the back foot as well. They just played too well.
Absolutely, yeah.
I would say I kind of already broke it down why I picked them. I was surprised they made it this far. I would say Clarity and Slacks as well. I was surprised they made it that far, but these guys have just been playing on fire. A such consistent game.
Absolutely. Me and Jacob, we in the business right now when it comes to prediction. It's looking good, Monster.
Hey, man, listen, I didn't hear you ask me for mine, so I'm give me a shit. Don't worry about it.
Keep it low key. Keep it low key.
Wait for finals.
Okay, we'll wait for finals. We'll wait for that prediction. But of course, as Jacob mentioned, the mini miner guarantee, D-Roller and Knifer, I stuck with them, and they did, of course, qualify the way through. Now, a little fun fact about the mini miner guarantee: it works every single time, 50% of the time.
There you go.
True. Coin flip type beat. I like it.
You know what? His name might be mini, but his brain is big, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here today on the FNCS, the final day of the semifinals. And it might be a bittersweet moment because we do have 2 weeks until we come back for the finals, but you guys are not going to want to miss it. 50 of the best NAE's teams duking it out over 12 games. But until then, we can't wait to see you on the battle bus.
NAE.